Let's play one game against the bot first as a warm-up. Who's Bobby Fischer? Anyway, I'm white. Let's start very conservative. Knight. Okay, he put this one forward already. Usually I would have taken bishop f7, c7, c4, bishop c4. Is it maybe worth it? Taking this one and knight. Or should I bring out my other knight first onto Olmorf the center? I guess I'm going to stick to this for now because I want to see what happens. I want to see how it's going to develop. Okay. Do I castle first or do I... Let's bring the knight out first. Control some more of the center. Not sure what he's doing. Castle. There isn't really anywhere to go for my knights. So either I'm gonna go rook to e1, or I'm gonna put this pawn. I guess this pawn is protected anyway, and he's not really attacking it right now. Yeah, I'm gonna put it here for now. I'm not sure what he's doing here. Okay, now it doesn't matter really. But I can attack his knight. Okay. So if I take his knight, he can take my knight. Or yeah, he could take me anyway. Maybe I'm moving this instead. Oh, but he's pinned. But he's pinned my. He's pinned my knight to the book. Let's see. I guess I just gotta let him take it. I mean, he's still gonna lose his bishop if he doesn't. I'm gonna let him take it, this one. And I can take this. We're both down a knight. And both down a bishop. They're basically just trading. I don't really see much better thing to do right now. I could go here. I could just take it. Wouldn't help me. This wouldn't help. Let's take it. Okay, he didn't take. I still can't escape with this one, of course. But at least I can keep this one and just gonna take it here. Okay. I'll just take it back to protect it for now. See if he's gonna take my knight eventually. He's still not taking it. Doesn't want to trade bishop and knight. This bishop really has nowhere to go. It's a bit of a bad situation on this side right now. He can take my knight. If I move it, he takes my rook. At least I can take this bishop for now. He's leaving. Okay. And I take that chance to get my rook away from this diagonal. I suppose. I mean, here he could just attack it with his bishop again. I can't really... I could just move back. But here I'm standing in the way of the queen. If I move the queen up here, then he can pin it. He can pin my knight again. I guess I just put my... This is not a great place to be at all. At least he's protected there. I guess I put him to e3, and if he moves, attacks with his bishop, I'm just gonna move back. But he does. He doesn't, okay. I make some space here. For my queen and my rook. Go over here. Yeah. Oh, I could have... I could have attacked his... I didn't see that. I could have attacked his rook with my... He could just move, so I guess it doesn't matter really. But let's get this knight out of the way first. Then move my... Do I want it here? Do I want it here? Yeah, it's protected. Here. Okay, so I'd be attacking this with 2. He has 3 there. Doesn't really help me. I'm gonna put it here for now. Okay, he moved his rook. I feel like neither of us are doing much progress here. Making much progress, I guess. I could just put some pressure here. If he takes it, I take it. If he takes it, yeah, it's not good. It's not good. I'm a bit stuck here. I guess I can at least like make this Is it worth doing that? No, if I do that, he can pin my... Can he? Well, he could. If I do that, he can pin my knight to the king. If I move here, doesn't really accomplish much. I guess if he takes it, take his. Maybe that's not bad. I can attack his knight much easier after that. Let's see what happens. Okay. Now I could attack him here. If he takes it, I can take it with one of my knights. I made some space. Moves back. This doesn't attack me at all. Yeah, just take more pawns. I don't know what he's doing. I guess I take this. What he can do is, but he can't even do anything about it. He doesn't even have any attackers. Okay. I could actually make a queen here now, but then it's gone immediately. Oh wait, but this square. Oh wait, I can make a queen. He can, if he takes it, his queen is gone. I'm one queen up. Is he gonna take it? What? What? I mean, it still comes down to the same, I guess. We're still trading queens. I take this one, he takes the queen. Unless... I could also put my... Wait. If I put my rook to a5, then he takes the queen. I take his queen. Then it's his move. Yeah. It's his move then, so he could just take my rook. I guess we just trade then. I mean, I'm gonna be a queen up, so it's not bad. He still doesn't, I don't know. This bot doesn't attack whatsoever, I guess. Or if I take it there, the queen is gone. I mean, here as well. I think I'm gonna just sacrifice this one queen. Because then he's gonna have no queen and only one rook, knight, one bishop. But I have basically everything. Minus one pawn. He doesn't really understand the concept of attack, apparently. So I can go there. If he takes it, take his bishop. And I take this pawn. this pawn as well. And I can take this pawn. Just continue taking pawns and make space for my rook to go up. And I lost it. That was stupid. I don't think it matters in this case. Okay, where's my actual queen? I guess I'll take this one first. And should concentrate better. But I made a warm-up match. Managed to not only lose one queen but both queens. It's a pleasure. Doesn't matter if it's here really. Okay. I can just put my rook here because he's protected. Where was it? Here? Okay. I can put it here, then he's protected by the bishop, and he keeps this lane safe. Then I can just make a new queen. I guess I could just mate with the what I have. I don't really need a queen. Maybe I go forward with this one. Can't go here. No, cannot. If I move here, for now, can't go there. Here. He would be. Here goes there. Okay, now what I'm gonna do is I want to protect here. I want to protect a5 so I can get rid of that pawn. Okay, or I can just take this. Okay with that. Can you go down at all? Could go here. But I want him to go up now. Or I can just force him to go up with this one. No, he could still take mine. I can do it like this. This is protected. He can still go there. He does go there. Attack him with this one. Has to get it out. Okay, he moves up. 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 Okay. Yeah. Could have been a lot easier in the end there, but I didn't lose two queens. 70%, but not amazing, but not at all. What should I have done here? Oh yeah, this rook wasn't. This pawn wasn't protected. Next, probably still the same. Next, best. Okay, so this was a mistake. I don't know why it was a mistake. From +3 to +1. Anyway. Yeah, here I noticed that I missed that I could have attacked his rook. This is pretty unsafe. Here I had made +4 at some point. I didn't miss it. I didn't see it. And there was a faster route which I have to go here. Shoreline. Done. Oh yeah, see. That's how I should have used my 2 greens. I didn't lose them. It's okay. Okay, let's get going with some real matches. I'm at 327 right now, apparently. Okay. Minutes. Let's see how it goes. I almost hope to be black because like 80% of test training matches I did, I ended up being black. Not really used to playing white right now. Let's see how it goes. I'm white. Okay. Okay, he's only. Oh yeah, I have to play. It's a time limit. Okay, he doesn't want to play. A new one. Okay. Activate the knight. Activate. No, it's just click the one. I'm still gonna do that. Just gonna stick to this first 3 or 4 moves for the time being. Based on this, he doesn't really know what he's doing. Okay, he's attacking. I mean, it doesn't help him. If I take it, he's just gonna take me back, so I think I'm just gonna ignore that for now. Pass it instead. He can take it if he wants to. I'm gonna take with this one. All that did was make the match a bit faster, maybe. Okay. I mean, I can go forward. He takes it, I just take his knight. It's weird. Empty center. don't want to lose this one. I just move it back. Even though it's not blocking my queen. Not the idea. Okay. Just take. Oh, he took it. Okay, he took it aside. Not bad. Not that I know. Okay, take. Bring out my rook. Oh, I can push this one forward. Now if I bring my knight here, if he takes it, I just take back. Just trading knights. But I can also go forward here and try to pawns. Or hey, Fuzzy. Oi, oi. Okay, do I do this first or do I push my pawn first? Okay, if he takes it, I take it back. Doesn't have that much, but at least I have a free line. If I push this one, he takes it, I take. Oh, but then I can't really go anywhere. I think it's better to start here probably. I can move over here with my rook, if need be. Okay, he wants me to attack. If I do that, he takes it. I take his rook. Oh no, he can take it like this as well, of course. I think I'm just gonna stay there, just like this. And I'm gonna move this one here. He takes it, I take it. Now I have one more attacker on this b5. What else could I do? I could move here and attack his king. I don't think it's helping much. Okay. Okay. Yeah, then I have to save my rook, I guess. I don't really see how I can keep it otherwise. I have to move it back. Yeah. I guess here. Yeah, there was nowhere else I could have gone. It's not ideal. He wants this way. I mean, if we trade here, he's... Oh, you can still, it's not. Oh, he takes it with his queen. Okay. Didn't expect that. That should be good for me. Yeah. Because I can take his queen and his knight at the same time. If he takes it, we just trade queens. If he doesn't take it, he does take it. I think I'm actually gonna go with my rook, because then I can attack his knight. And I don't lose my defense in front of the king. Now he has to move his knight. He does. And I can... I want to bring in my second bishop. I'm not sure where to go. I guess I can only go here. Or what else could I do? This doesn't help. I could keep pressuring his knight. Maybe not a bad idea. Or check him. Can only go back, but I don't see that helping much, to be honest. But if I free this space, then put the rook there, then check him with this, that would help. But where can he go? If he goes there, he's attacking. Yeah, I don't want that. So I first have to pressure him somewhere else, because I don't want him attacking my bishop. Then I move this bishop up, and then move my rook over. Okay. That's fine. Can attack... Oh no, I can't. Okay, I can only go there. I can't go anywhere in this line. Just stand in front of him, maybe. Or I can just use this one. Yeah, I just use this one to attack his knight. He really wants to attack it. Okay, but if I go backwards, I'm automatically again. This is really helpful. I go back so I can move out my bishop, and then my rooks are connected. I'm not sure what... Okay, he can check me for like 1 second. I can even attack him. But then he goes there, and then... No, this way. No, I see. Okay. I can just take with my king, I guess. Yeah, just take it. Not sure. Somewhat have to look at the time. Okay, if should probably bring my king to safety relatively soon. But I also want to finally move this bishop out. I can't put it there or there or there. Can put it here. My rooks are finally connected. Now I can go here and attack both of them at the same time. He can't move this one, so he has to move that one. He doesn't. I think I'm better off taking this one though. But this one's not protected. Now he can't move this one. Yes, he still has both of his rooks, he doesn't use them at all. Oh. Guess I can pressure this pawn. Then my line is gone. Let's see how that helps. Should I do it? I'm sure if it's the best idea. Move this one out as well. Or I could have taken this pawn as well. Didn't see that. I forgot about it for a second. Anyway, not like he can move it. If I take that pawn, he has check, so he can't really do anything apart from moving his king. Anyway. Yeah. Just go back, please. Wasn't stupid, I guess. Kinda slow. The time is starting to be a problem. Just take that. Almost want to sacrifice my bishop here. Oh, but then he can just take. No. Yeah, good. Okay, but I can attack his. I can take this one. Do I want to take this one? No. Put pressure on his rook and stuff. But letting him take me. Okay. I take one rook. One bishop. I want pawn. Okay, if that too. Do what he wants to do here. If he takes it, I just move up my. Oh no, this pop is protected anyway. I don't really see a quick checkmate. Space here. Yeah. Protected anyway. Oh, I could have taken it. Didn't see that. I saw it before and then I didn't think about it. But either way, he's either has to go away with his rook or it's gone. That's stupid. Really? Guess we have to trade then. It's very stupid. moves there again. Thanks. Now I can take this pawn, and then I should be free to move my... Yeah. I'm really lucky that he moved his rook back there. He didn't notice that my bishop was waiting. After I missed it the first time. Now if I can just take this pawn, I should have enough space to mate him with my two rooks. Okay. I don't even need to take it. Wait. But I just quickly take it, then I go up. Okay. Oh, you can take it. I just moved him over here for now. And he can't go anywhere. And then I move this one up. Okay, thanks. He didn't go closer. I mean, he couldn't have taken it because my bishop is on this line. It's diagonal. Yes, now he just needs to move up and it's over. Oh, but he could take my rook with his bishop up there. So I have to move my bishop into the way first. But I think he's... Yeah, he ran out of time, okay. Okay. I'm glad it worked out. I thought it's gonna take too long. But thankfully he lost his rook down there. Okay, so that's one win down. Yeah, that's probably when he lost his rook. Okay. Oh, I had a missed win. Yeah. Okay, I just went down. Where could I have gone? Here. Oh, I could have taken that one. Yeah, I could have taken that and at the same time pinned this pawn to the rook, I guess. Maybe could have been useful. Yeah. It didn't really matter in the end. Okay, let's see the next one. Play. Let's see. White or black? White or black? Black. Oh, okay. He moves there. Why? Oh, kind of random. I guess I can just attack his knight. Get him to do something, and then out my pawn. There's no point in moving out my knight first, I guess. Probably should have done that in the first place. Okay. You're kind of doing the same thing so far. Is he gonna take it? Okay, he wants to have my bishop instead. I mean, if he takes my bishop, I take his knight instead. Doesn't really matter. Yeah, I think I'm better off losing this bishop and getting his knight. Yeah, getting his knight. Yeah. If he takes this one, I have. It's not ideal. Let's see what he does. I could attack this knight with my. Okay, he takes. Wait, he took it with. I mean, we could trade knights as well. Trade pawns, trade knights. Then he takes my bishop, so it's better for him in the end. Can't really do much else right now, so maybe I just leave it for now and attack his knight. It's actually pinned to his king, unless he moves his queen or bishop in the way. My bishop's hanging, yeah. So. Okay, he castles. I guess I could protect it with my knight. Or I could just push my pawn. Maybe my knight is more useful in the center. Oh, but if I could, yeah, move my knight, my pawn. Oh no. Thanks for coming in, Beast Cakes. Okay. Do I want to trade bishop for knight? I think it might not be terrible in this situation, because without this knight, he loses a lot of control over the center. Let's just try it. I'm using too much time, so maybe fast matches are better. Okay. Wait, so if I take this knight, he takes this knight, this pawn, he takes my pawn, I can take this one, he can take it back, I can... Oh, his queen is also there. Okay, it's not working out that way. We could trade bishops, it doesn't really help either of us, I guess. just castle for the time being. Knight to g4 sets up some checkmate techniques. Yeah, at least I could. Okay, he moved his queen. Do I care if his queen takes mine? Not that much. Okay, now if I take this, he takes it. Should I try this? I mean, it's not a bad place for it to be, at least. Oh, but I could just take his... Wait. I can take his... Yeah. Okay. Take his bishop and I take his rook. Oh, he takes it, okay. Take your rook then. You can have my knight if you want to. Doesn't want to. But yeah, maybe some pressure on the queen. Though she's not really doing... Oh, but she's on the same diagonal as my king. Maybe move her. I can take this pawn if he moves this queen. Unless he moves it. Oh no, he can't move it here. I think he should probably move his queen to a2. But I don't know if he will do that. He doesn't, okay. And I can take this. Oh, I could also take it with my... But like this, I'm also attacking his knight. So I do it with the queen. Okay, now I could move my knight to g4. Or I can put it here and attack 2 pawns at the same time. If he moves this pawn, I can just take it. Oh, and I'm attacking the bishop as well. So bishop and 2 pawns. If I take this pawn, he can only take me with his queen. But it's not protected, so that would be pretty bad. Okay. I mean, if he takes this, he loses his queen, so I can just take the bishop. same thing. Yeah. If he takes it, he loses green. He does, okay. Takes this, no, I don't take this one. I can attack, I guess. Wait, what could I do with this one? Could I? Yeah, I could keep him busy. Does it help me? Yeah, I guess I can force him to move. Or maybe I should have moved. I should have moved my rook first, probably. Put my was not idea. I have to move it back, but at least I can attack his. There's still a lot of time between it's 20, I guess. Should be enough to win it, hopefully. Okay, he moves it. This right, maybe I move this one first. I can take this pawn if I want to. I could take the pawn and check. Okay, he realized that. So if I do it now, he takes with his... So we both lose our knights and I lose my... Okay, I'm just gonna check with my rook then. Okay. Should probably think about this for a moment. If I would take this one, he takes it back, then I take it, it's not protected, so that's bad. I can't go there, I can't go there. I can't go anywhere useful. So with my... Yeah, he can take it. Yeah, he can take it. It's not a great position. Maybe I should consider just pushing some. Yeah. I think I'm gonna attack him with this pawn. If he takes it, I take it with my knight. And then I have space to go up if necessary. And he can't go here and he can't go here if he... Oh yeah, he can't take it anyway. Do I just take it then? Can still take it. Take it, he takes, I take, he takes, I take, and we're losing everything except for I still have one rook left. And then I just need to raise up. Maybe there would be better ways to do it, but let's do that. Oh yeah. That was a mistake. Stupid. Oh, now he can take the pawn too. Yeah, I might have scooted up there. Let's see. I can't push this pawn either. It's really stupid. Maybe that was stupid as well. I should have probably moved it here. So A6. Yeah. How much time left? Move this here. Then I push it forward. Probably should take it, but he doesn't. He can't take this one. Okay, if I take, then he can take it, so that's not great. If I go forward with this one, he can take it. Probably should take it after all. Okay. Okay, no time. Oh, you can take this pawn now. Okay, but he can take both pawns at the same time. He can. I don't have time to make a queen, so I'm just gonna... Oh, Jesus Christ, come on. Just take it. Oh, come on. Ah. Yeah. That was not a good match at all. would have been much better. Now I finally did it. Years later. And then I was winning, but I couldn't get there in time. That's okay. 1-1 for today. 1-1, 1-1, and 1 lost. Yeah, I go to the bathroom for a sec and then I'm gonna play the next match. Thanks for the follow, Fuzzy. Alright. I'm wondering if I should play longer matches, but half an hour is really long. I'm kinda fighting against time more than I'm fighting against the opponents right now. But I guess I gotta learn it. 14 days. Yeah, I gotta learn it eventually, I guess. Let's go. Spain. Oh, I'm black again. He's just anything but d4. Okay, he might not be around. Let's wait. 26 seconds. Nope. New match. White. UK. Is he there? Oh, he's there. Yeah, I think 10 to 15 minutes is probably best. I just have to get used to moving a bit quicker in the beginning, so I have time in the end to lay out the mate. Thanks, I guess. Okay. At least he protects this one. But I can attack his knight. I mean, he can take it with his queen, actually. But if he does... No, I don't have any protection. Okay, that's unusual. I'm a bit confused about this one. I mean, I can protect this position, but that doesn't really help me if he takes my bishop. I guess I could just push this one. And give up on the bishop. I just put it there, I guess. Okay, he didn't take it. Oh no. I can just take this one. Yeah, I might still lose my bishop, but as far as center control goes, yeah, I think I'll take. Oh no, my queen is free then. I'll take with this one. Open, not free. He doesn't really have any control over the center. Yes, he can make that trade if you want to. Okay with that. Do I attack his... Maybe I castle first. Maybe I should castle. That's the one. Okay. But I lost a lot of time again. Oh, I can pin. Yeah. Oh, you can't take my knight. now I can bring out either my bishop, but I think I'm gonna go for my knight. Or what could my queen do? Not really use. Or maybe. It's not bad. And I could check technically. But I don't think it helps. But like this, I can take pawn maybe. I also need to protect this rook from his bishop. Okay, I don't think that helps him. Okay, so I can take it. Yeah. And then I can take either his rook or his knight as well. Or his pawn if I really want to. Okay, he realized he's... Okay. He protects the rook. Take the knight. But now I could take his bishop. If he doesn't notice it. He didn't notice. I don't think... Yeah, I don't see how that helps him. Wait, I can just take... Oh no, he has this. If I take it, he takes... Do we trade queens? That's kind of tough. Do I want to... If I move it, he can take my... Oh yeah, if I move it, he takes my rook. I guess we trade. I could move it down and force him to trade, but I don't know if that's any better. Maybe it is. If I go down, he has to trade. Yeah, I mean, he is protected by the... There he won't. I could even go here and at least attack something. I could go here and have more attackers. Maybe I go there. Maybe I should have traded. We'll see what he does. Okay, he keeps attacking it. Probably should have gone there after all. Now if I go there, I actually can attack 3 of them. 4, 5 pieces at once. Now if he takes it and I take it with my rook, then he can't attack the rook. So he might have actually made a mistake by taking that knight down there. Now he's attacking my rook. Okay, you can do that. You can move it there. Okay. Okay, he adds an attacker now. Can't take this one. Wait, if I just... I mean, he has to take it. And then if I take this, he can't take it back. Yeah, I think I have to sacrifice my knight. If he takes the knight, he does. And now if I take his queen, he can't take it back. And I won, it's checkmate, yeah. Okay. Yeah, he made a mistake there. Oh. And I actually have almost 4 minutes left. I'm almost happier about that than about winning. Yeah, he made a big mistake at one point. I mean, I didn't play well either. But every time I did a mistake, he just made one as well. Let's see. Book move. King's pawn opening. Okay, what should I have done here? Hey, Kiwenchi? I don't know. Thank you for coming in. Thank you. I should have just taken it right there. But I took it on the next move and then it was a blunder, so what should I have done then? Just protected it. Move it back. I don't know. This is a good learning moment. Great. I mean, I could have pinned his bishop there already. I pinned it later. But I think it was alright. If he had played like the best move in this situation, it would have been good for him, but yeah, I think against a 281 scored rated player, it's okay to play f3 here. Should have done here. Oh, man, checked him like this. Yeah, and then I could have taken the bishop. Okay. Probably the same here. No? Oh, I could have taken the rook there. By the way. Didn't see that diagonal. I mean, it worked out, so I guess it's okay, but yeah, 53% is not good at all. But it worked out. So for today, that's 2-1. 2-1-1 lost. I have so many tabs off. Okay. Match number 4. Wait, what did I play? I played... Okay, I played white 2 times and won. I played black 1 time and lost it. So I guess I'm doing better with white at the moment. And I went 27, 49, 26, 44. I'm just going up and down on the same ratings. Okay. America. Nope. New one. United States again. But I'm black one now. Okay. Yeah, it's first week. I started playing 1 week ago. Like technically today is the 8th day, so I guess I'm in the second week now. Okay, we just did the same so far. Thanks. It's very fluctuating right now. I feel like I kind of play like one good match, one really bad match, alternating. Okay, this is already not great. I guess we can trade it. I have to move my queen to safety. Well, if he takes it, it doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. He's gonna take it anyway. So I might as well keep developing. Okay, he doesn't take it. But actually, if he took it, like, developing my queen this way wouldn't be the worst thing right now, I guess. Gonna... Can I do something here? I could... Oh yeah, I can just... No, I don't want to lose my queen. Almost forgot about that one. Yeah, I forgot for a second, but I remembered. Probably push this one forward. Okay. Yeah, maybe I now move my queen just so I can... h6. Oh yeah, I can pressure him. So. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Thanks. Gonna pretend it was my own great idea. Yeah, maybe. Okay, he just didn't react to it. Okay, now if I take the bishop, he can take it with his... Which doesn't matter, but he can also take my knight here. Which doesn't really matter either. Because all positions he can go are protected by the queen. Once this bishop is gone. So worst thing that can happen is we trade. Yeah. If he takes the knight, I mean I still won material. Oh. He does take it. I'm gonna use the queen because I don't want to move these pawns any more than necessary. Okay, it takes my pawn for some reason. mean, I could push it and attack his... I guess why not? He doesn't really have any... He doesn't have any place to go. Does he? I think he's gonna lose this knight. Yep. Okay. He did have a place to go because I don't want to lose my queen. Makes sense. But it's not very useful here, I guess. And I could take this pawn. Worst thing that could happen is that we trade queens. Maybe I should first check what else I could do. Could attack his bishop. Worst thing that could happen is that we lose bishops, but then there's space here. Maybe we should trade queens. I'm never sure if trading queens is a good idea or not. I take here. If I go here, he could attack it, but if he does, he loses it. Then there's much more space here. Yeah, okay. I don't want to lose too much time. And at least my rooks are... Take pawn, and you can take... Yeah, I could. Okay, he moved it. That's good. Oh no. I pinned it. That was not good. But I did. Bishop f2. When he takes with his queen, I can take his queen. But then he can still... Well, I can just move it afterwards. Yeah. Oh yeah, I can take the knight instead of taking the queen too. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I guess as long as I just leave my knight standing where it is, I don't have to worry about my rook. Okay. I could take this pawn. I will take this pawn. Okay, I can't move this one, so I move this one. I could go 4, but I don't know if it would help me. I guess we just trade some pawns for the time being. At least it makes some space on the field. And now I can finally push my... Maybe here. That's okay. I can take this one. Hmm. God damn it. Okay, lost one rook. Okay. I think it might become a time problem at this rate again. And he could, like, if he moves e3. Yeah. If I do this now, he has to move it. Or pushes. But probably I should take this one first. Not sure what he's doing now. Maybe I should have used the rook for that. Okay, if I go there now, I can just take it. Yeah. It took too long to do that. Okay, maybe at this point I just push some pawns, because I'm gonna run out of time otherwise. He has so much time. No? Okay. Oh yeah, he could take my rook. I guess I just do this. Okay. G3. Okay. He lost one rook. He stopped that. Okay, the time is really an issue now. 1.2 seconds left. Wow. Yeah, thanks. Thanks for the advice. Oof. That got really tight in the end. I'm not sure what he was doing in the end. I think he had so much time left. Yeah, thanks for following. Yeah, he had like 5 minutes left. He should have just thought about it. Yeah, he has 2 missed wins. Brilliant. I know what it means, but I don't know how to do it, to be honest. Yeah, I got two brilliant moves, apparently. But I feel like it's probably easier to get them at the beginning, like in very low scores, because your opponents just give you way more openings to kind of luck into brilliant moves. Because probably, wait, before that he did, okay, it was a sound move. Before this one he did, okay. What was that? Okay. Yeah, but I had a lot of blunders. I think I'd rather have no brilliant moves and not have 1, 2, 3 blunders. But it might be the first time I won playing black. Yeah, 2 playing black. Let's see. Here. Oh, I won this one, but I was like against 155. Like he didn't know what to do at all. Yeah. Oh, this one also. Okay, I won some with black, but they were always against like 100 scored. Rated. Okay, so that's 3 wins, 1 loss for now. But my rating is going... Yeah, 70 was okay, but 53, 61, it's not that great. But I wonder if I can reach my highest, which was just like what you start with, I guess. I mean, you start at 400, so after the first loss was at 376 apparently. I win 1 more or 2 more, I should be there. Oh, I got challenged. Okay. This is gonna be way out of my league. I just take it, just take it. Okay. Just gonna play. Hey, thanks for coming in. Good luck to you, but I don't think you will need it. Okay. Help me at this point. Yeah, I guess I should have anticipated that. Actually, chess the only game that you don't need luck. Yeah, I mean, if you can play it well, then you don't need luck, I guess. But like in the beginning, it definitely helps when you make a mistake and your opponent makes a mistake as well. I guess that's some form of luck. If I can cast it. Seemed better in my head than reality. Hey, Pantomax. Nice to see you again. I almost lost my queen there. I was half a second away from putting it at h5. If I do this, he takes it, I take it with my pawn, I take... I don't know, I'm not sure why I would do that, but it seems... promising for no reason. Okay, he didn't take it. Maybe it was not that bad to put it there. If I take it now, it just takes it. So we just traded knights for no reason. Let's see. Okay, takes it into safety. Could go there. Oh no, this is bishop's there. I take it, I lose my bishop. Wait, I take, he takes. Then this lane is really closed. Not great, I guess. Don't necessarily need my queen down there. Maybe here it can do something useful. Okay. Yeah, he protected this one. And now I can't attack at all with my queen unless I want to lose it. Could at least go. Oh no, his queen is there. I can't go there either. Here. I guess on g4 I'm at least somewhat keeping the pressure. Please. Yeah. Let's see what he does. It's kind of like there's like, I think, like about 10 seconds or so until I see chat. So usually I want to wait, but like if I wait every time, I'm gonna lose a lot of time. Okay. Okay, I don't want to lose my queen for once. Would be great. I mean, this pawn is kinda safe, so maybe I just move it. Okay, yeah. Mm. Oh. And I lost it. Probably my biggest way to improve right now would be to just stop losing my queen all the time. Just take. I could trade my knight for his bishop. I'm not sure why I would do that. Yeah, exactly. At the very beginning of the stream, I did like one warm-up match against one of the bots, and I managed to lose 2 queens. I made a queen and lost that one, and then lost my original queen as well. Okay. At this point, I'm probably also gonna run out of time. Just. Can't go there. Maybe I should have connected my rooks instead. Yeah. I think I had some really good matches, but I always have like 1 or 2 like bad moves that kinda destroy everything that came before. Okay. Oh. I probably should have connected my rooks when I had a chance. I guess I can at least go there now. Now they are connected. 39 seconds before the end. Now, no matter which one I try to take. Yeah, I'm just gonna get yeah, I'm not gonna get anything. Thanks. Yeah, okay, 12 seconds. I'm gonna attack the queen just for fun. Okay. 0.1 second. Okay. Oof. Yeah, that was fun. Oh, game review. Yeah, of course. I mean, he's at 1900. What? I think I have to try again. It's not loading the analysis. I mean, yeah. Yeah. Oh, I did it. Okay. Yeah. I guess for the most part, I'm like playing some standard opening from the lessons and stuff, and then I'm just looking forward to attack. But I lose pieces too easily. Scandinavian defense. Okay. I mean, this was kind of pointless. I mean, it's a cheap check, but it doesn't really amount to anything. Yeah. I did go there in the next move then. But I guess I lost a move in a way. And then this apparently was the big mistake where I lost it. Pretty much. Should I have done? Go there. Yeah. Okay. Show line. Go back. Okay. Oh, but I had almost 80%. I'm quite happy with that. I think I'm really playing to the level. Yeah. When I play opponents that do really badly, I also start to play much worse. But 79 is the best for today. So even though I lost, I think it's pretty nice. Okay. Okay, let's try one more. Oh, yeah. I don't like it when they do that. I never know if I should. I guess I could just protect it. Let's just go there. I mean, all you can do is use the screen. Okay, this doesn't. None of it helps much, but that's not terrible. But I should activate some more pieces instead of just, yeah, come on. I mean, we can't just keep moving this one. I can only go there now. Go back there. I want to move something else at some point. I guess we can trade knights, that's fine. Take it if you want to. I'm just gonna... protect it. Or you can take that one as well. I don't see what it helps him. That's not good though. Just check, so he has to do something up there. And then I move back somewhere. Do I just protect this square? Could just push this pawn on. Protect both of these at the same time. May not be the best move, but at least it's some form of defense. Okay. I missed my bishop. I think in that case I'll just at least trade the bishops. Yeah. At least make it even. I should castle. Take what you want then. Now it's quite annoying that he has this knight there. Otherwise I could check. Okay, he realized it. Okay, time to use my queen without losing it. So I go there. E2, E3. I mean, I could even pin his knight. Think. Oh, he could move his rook forward. Okay. Maybe there. At least force him to move his knight. He does. I could trade knights, I guess. Wait, if I take it, he has to take it. Oh, but his queen is there as well. Okay. Do I move it? Or do I just leave it? I think I just leave it there. And really losing time again. If I take it, he takes it. I could take with my queen, but I lose my queen, which is not what I want to do. I want to... This doesn't serve any function here. Yeah. At least I can get my bishop free. Open, but he has like... There's nowhere I can go really. He moved that one. Now if I take it, he has to take it with his queen and lose his queen. Or he just doesn't do anything. Okay. I'm not sure this changes anything. Wait, I can just take his book. Yeah. Okay. Now I'm technically up, but he has like double the time. Do I move my rook again? My knight? I could also take this one. But it's really unprotected there. Maybe it's not a bad idea though. Doesn't really serve any function down there right now. Okay, so he has to move his rook again. His knight. He doesn't. He gives up his queen. For no reason at all. Oh no, we trade. Okay, we trade. I'm okay with that, to be honest. And I check. I check again and fork. I mean, I can take it and I lose that one as well. Or I could leave again. I don't have much time left, so. Or I could take this one as well. Take this one. And then... No. Yes. Okay, I should probably use some other pieces than just my one knight entire match. I don't want to lose my rook. I don't know. Do we just trade bishops? Considering the lack of time, I'd be up for that. But if he doesn't take it, I can't take it either. I can check again. Or no. If I take it, he has to take it, which doesn't help me. He can take either of those. Probably knows that. I could go here and check, but if I take this one, he takes it with his rook. So that's not useful. I can check this way or this way. But if I check this way, then I have the same issue. Oh, but he could take it there. Okay, so I check this way. I guess. It's not super helpful, but in that case probably I better use this one. And now I have only 1 minute left. What does this mean? Oh, offline, okay. Okay. I'm not sure if I feel happy about that. Would have liked to finish the game. I think there should be the option to give your opponent like 5 minutes or so to reconnect. Okay, so I was down for most of the match and then I suddenly was winning after he did something. What did he do? Oh, it was 2 moves before this one. Okay, I had inaccuracy. He had a good move. Okay, here he made a big mistake. Instead of taking, he moved back. And then yeah, that's when I was able to take his book. So, but I was up like +10 in the end. I thought it's more even. But I guess I did get a lot more pieces than he did. I still had both of my rooks, both of my knights, and the bishop. I guess if I just traded bishops, moved up my rook, be honest though, I think he would have won because I wouldn't have been able to mate within 1 minute 7. Like, I don't really see the mate now that I look at it. I wouldn't have found it. It's okay. So now I'm at 381, which is apparently my highest making I had. And I only lost to, well, I lost to Logic, of course, but I only lost to Puru 97. Should I follow the people I lose to and see what they do better? Can I watch their matches, like, just without them inviting me or anything? Probably not. I don't know. Okay, but he... Well, he 2-1 at 500. Not bad. He's also very new to it, I guess. How about June 9th? I just add this guy as a friend because why not? Okay, how many matches did I play? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, that was yesterday. 2 days ago. So I played 6 matches plus 1 against the bot, so 7 matches. I guess I can play like 2 or 3 more today. Or maybe even more than that. How long have I been streaming? Let's see, 2.5. Okay, one more maybe. Let's see. Better drink first. Let's go. Black. See, okay, he plays. Should I copy him? Instead of doing this. So now I can't go here. Can't bring out my other knight. Which forces him to go forward, which only leads me to these to-dos line. If I move this, I think it's not a great idea. Maybe move it now and then push this one. I don't like my knight being stuck down there, but I'm gonna try it out. So now, unless he moves immediately, okay, think it's the best to... I mean, I could take his one. I think it's best to take the center. Good. At least this guy takes as much time as I do, or even more. Okay, he takes a really long time. Maybe he had to run to the bathroom or something. Okay. Do I take with my... I think I take with my knight, right? Because then my knight is still protected. Like all my pieces are protected. If I take with my pawn, they aren't. I think I just take it like this. Probably I should look that up. It's probably a pretty common position to be in. If it's better to go with your knight, your pawn, or even your queen. Yeah, if I'd gone with my queen, I could take both of them now, basically. Like this, he is attacking nothing in particular. He's just pinning my pawn down there, which doesn't really matter. I don't really wanted to use that pawn. I can check for the sake of it. Or I can... Maybe I actually check. But if he moves over, he attacks my queen, which doesn't matter either. I think I check. And he disconnected. And he's back. Okay. So I check, he has to move, and I can cast, or I cannot cast. It's not ideal. I can go there, at least. He's attacking my queen. I can put it... Maybe I just use it to protect. Oh wait, it's not hanging. And my bishop is hanging, so I just use my queen, put my queen there to protect the bishop. Takes it. I feel like so far he's been simply like, he just attacks something without too much of a plan. I can go there and attack it. Or I could just trade. I'm not sure why I would do that. But I could. I guess I can just go there. It's protected. Attacks. Okay. I have to trade greens, I suppose. Is he not? He has two ways to take it. I still can't take this, but I can move over. Okay, this is pretty bad. Can he? Did I lose? I think I lost, right? If I go there, it's just... No, I can fight back. If he goes to e7, I can take it. I don't think he can mate quite there. Yeah. If he goes bishop e7, I can take it with my dark squared bishop. If he goes knight d7, I can take it with my light squared bishop. He castles. We're kinda just at a stalemate down here. We're just standing there. Do I just let it that way? I could attack his knight. Could I do something more useful? I could take his knight. If I take his knight, then he can, yeah, then he can checkmate. Or I put it there, so if he takes that, he can checkmate. No, no, wait, he can't, because I could just take it. Wait, if he goes there, I can just take his piece. So I definitely shouldn't move this bishop. What I do is I attack his knight. Maybe I lose it, maybe not. If he takes it, I have my other knight to take it back. So it's an even trade, and he has one attacker less. And he can't mate in this position because my two bishops. Okay. It looks pretty bad, but I think it's not as bad as it. Okay, he adds an attacker. I just take it, but then I end up with the same problem that I can't move this bishop, no matter what. I can attack this bishop. Yeah, probably that's what I should do. And I also make space for the king. So now okay. I can take this. To take this. He took my rook at least. Guess he's happy with that. I have to go. Which is better? But he has the dark squared bishop, so it's probably better if I go to the light square. He takes his rook down here. Can go there. He can't. No, if I go there, he can checkmate. British. But he first would have to move his rook. If he moves his rook, then I can move move up there, and then he can't. He's standing in his own way now. It really isn't a pretty situation. Okay. He moves this one to safety, which means I can finally move this knight again. I'm not sure if it helps me. I can attack his... Yeah. Knight is safe there, and I can attack his... and take it. He moves back. Okay, I think he has to... I can go there. Okay, he's thinking about that one. Okay, this isn't really attacking anything apart from this one pawn. Do I just get rid of his bishop? Without this bishop he has like 0 attacking power down here. I think so. I think I take to that. Trade bishop for knight. Okay. Now should I move this one so he can't take it? Help me anyway. Or should I look to attack? Maybe I go here and attack his other knight. At least my rook can finally move maybe a little bit. Moves it. Oh no, I can't go there. Yeah, then I attack his knight. I take his knight. Okay, that's okay. I can take this out finally. I'm really low on time though. And I can't really get to his pawns right now. Okay. Take this pawn. I really shouldn't spend much time thinking about this. I think I want to take these pawns so I can push. He wants to trade them. Now he's gonna lose this rook, is he? I think so. Then is he mate? What can he do? I take it? Oh, I won. I did it. Oh, and I'm finally above 400. 401. That was really interesting. I think this was maybe the most evenly match I played today. That was really fun. Let's see. Okay. Wow, we both had really low accuracy. Chaotic. Okay. Yeah, looks like it. But he was up for almost the entire match, and I won it. So I definitely take that. Okay, first, okay. First mistake. Missed an important idea in the position. It's just, yeah. Actually not sure I like this, because I really wanted to castle. And probably knows more than I do. Why does it say plus M1? Could he have made it here? What I should have done is this, okay. He could have made it. Really? How? If he took that, I can't. Oh yeah, obviously. He missed that. He could have mated me on the 8th move. He didn't realize. Probably he is there. What should I have done here? Sacrifice the bishop. What did I do? Move away. Okay. Why should I sacrifice the bishop? Okay. Here. Again, should have sacrificed the bishop to take advantage back. What? Stomach. What happened then? Yeah, I'll be here. Was something better? Don't wanna do it. Okay, here he made a big mistake. He should have. Oh yeah, he could have taken my segment. Oh, yeah. That would have really helped him. Then I made a big mistake and helped him by moving this. Because I should have. Or because I could have just taken this. That didn't really. Yeah. But then he still could have taken mine. So it would have been just trading them. But then I could have taken that. Yeah, I see. Would have been better. So then. Oh, wait, back. Inaccuracy. I don't care right now. Okay. here he lost it by doing this move. Could have attacked. Yeah, he could have taken at least my pawn. Didn't. Then I took it because I could. And then he moved his rook and lost it right there. He really shouldn't have done that. Yeah. Fortunately, I actually noticed it this time. Okay. That's really bad accuracy from both of us, but I take another win. 4-1. I do need to get some more water, so I take him. But break. Be right back. No, that was match number 8. Game number 8. Let's continue. I think I want to at least play 10 today, so at least 2 more. Let's see. Black or white. Black again. Kinda like playing black. I don't know. I'm not sure why I prefer it, but kinda. Kinda seems more dynamic, I guess. If you play we're just gonna do the same thing. Okay, you managed to make the exact same opening. He attacks this one. I take that. He takes it, I take it. He takes this. I take that. Yeah, it's probably ending up worse for me than for him. But it was kind of fun. I can just take it, I'm stupid. Yeah, this one was pretty stupid. But now I can take this at least. Now I can't castle anymore. Yeah, I think he's gonna win this relatively easily now. He should at least. Okay. That's not bad. Maybe it helps in some way or form. He's only up by 2 now. He was up by more. Where do I go with my queen now? Just go back here. Suppose so. Maybe if I get out my bishop out of there and castle the long way, that's still possible. Not sure about that. Or I could put some more pressure on his bishop. Or I could protect my queen with my bishop. Or I could attack his rook with my bishop. I wonder which bishop move is best here. I guess none, because I have to move my queen first. I can't just take this now. I think he made a mistake. Now I'm up by +1. Okay. Now I should really do something with my bishop. If I put pressure on his bishop here, does it help me? Or do I just go here, there? I mean, here we're just gonna trade them. We could trade them. Let's see if he trade. I mean, if he doesn't trade and moves it away, I can get his pawn. But then he gets my rook, which is far from ideal. If I go there, he can take my rook and I take his rook. So at least I traded rooks. And now we are even. But I'm gonna lose my other rook. So that was pretty bad. Or I could sacrifice. Yeah, that's better. Save my rook, but yeah, that's definitely better. Wait. It looked like he did a smart move for a second, but I don't think it was a good move. Now, do I move over or do I protect again? I mean, the thing is, if I protect, as long as he... all he can do is take it, really. If he takes it, he loses his queen. Come on. Does he want to have a draw? He doesn't want to have the draw. He moves this, and I don't think that means anything useful for anyone. I can move my rook out of there. Moves his queen all the way up there. Don't know why. I can't do much right now. I'm not sure what's best here. Push some pawns. There. Maybe I go there. There. Wait, I could do what he was trying to do. Now he either we have to trade queens, or he's gonna lose his rook. We trade queens. Okay. Queens traded. Now, which pawns should I push? This one? Oh, wait. I can go there and get either this one or this one. If I get this one, then I can push this one. I think I have an advantage. I could have, no, I could. Can take those pawns. Just need this one. Oh, he made a big mistake. He made a huge mistake. Oh no, I can't move. I would have made a huge mistake if I could move. He's still. I mean, I can't pin him, but I still can make the queen without much of an issue. And his king is standing right there. And even my own king is helping. Yeah. He can't take this because he's checked. Now I just have to move him here, so he can take my rook. And now, no, now he pinned. God damn it! Now he pinned my queen. That was stupid. Yeah, that was really stupid. Take it. Okay. Can go there. Can't take either of them, but he isn't. Oh, now he's moving to make it. Should probably keep moving my pieces over to the right. To the left. As long as I keep this one. Here he can take it. He has to move. Basically, if I keep moving the same order. Now he can go there. He can take it. He can take this one. He can take that one. I think maybe I can still get him. It's there. Okay. I think I have 1 minute 20. I need to move my king closer. Maybe I should have gone towards the middle. Okay. No. Okay, I ruined it. No, I ruined it. It's over. God damn it. What is he doing? He needs to move his pawn if he wants to mate. Right? at least move his rook. Okay, he finally did that. Should be able to do it. Now he should have it. He doesn't take it, what? What is he doing? Okay. Tomorrow by stalemate. He could have... He just needed to move his queen there. Now I'm exactly 400. It's like I never played a match. He just needed to move his queen there. All he needed to do. To be 2. Yeah, he was f+1 so many times. This was really up and down, up and down. Okay, that was a mistake. I shouldn't have taken it. I should have taken this one. Makes sense. Here I should have gone out with this. Oh, see that? That would have been much better. Where are we? Yeah, okay. There. Here he made a big mistake. Apparently. Yeah, he could have taken that. He made a mistake and I profited from it. Then I made a mistake. Should have attacked his queen. Then missed win, really. Yeah. Oh wow. It's true. No, I could. Oh yeah, he could have moved this, but then I would have taken it. Oh, I didn't see that. Okay, next. Here I was leading then. Made a mistake here. When he kind of sacrificed his bishop for no really good reason. Yeah, I should have taken this, didn't see that. And I was in advantage for a long time. Looked good, everything. And here I could have taken the knight, the rook, and then would have almost certainly won it. Okay. And And then here I made the biggest mistake. Okay. And then he clearly had the advantage, but he didn't manage to. Here he could have, like, everything was going well for him. Finally got me into the corner. Got his king into position. Then he just didn't. Okay, a draw. $64.7. I had two times where I could have won this and I didn't see it. That's really unfortunate. But now I can add. Hey, Julie Liz W. Thank you for following. Thanks for coming in. Nice to meet you. Where are you from? I'm from Germany. I'm from Germany, but I live in Austria right now. Yeah, it's like 3 a.m. in the morning. But I stream at night usually, so yeah. No. Oh, I see it now. No worries. Thanks. I'm 26. Yeah, of course. It's quite similar. I don't really use it, to be honest. Like, I need to set up social media for my stream because I don't really use much social media. I haven't really gotten to it yet. I don't really, I haven't made it yet. I want to make one for my stream because I don't use Instagram usually. I could make one, but I mean, you could also, I use Discord and YouTube. I have both of them set up already. Yeah, true. I'm still playing right now the chess, but like I can save your name and then I can set it up after the stream and I can add you. So yeah, I just save your name and I can add you later. Alright, yeah, it's already morning in Asia too. Yeah. I actually used to live in Japan some time ago. Maybe I do a computer match. Have you been to Japan? Nice, nice. In Nara? Yeah, Nara. Yeah, I didn't go there, but I was in that area. I went to Kyoto and Osaka. And I spent a lot of time in the south of Japan, in Fukuoka. Yeah, I went to Japan alone, and then I stayed in a share house, and I met a guy from Korea there, and then I was like, we were traveled together to Japan, traveling. Yeah. So it started alone, but then I met some people. Hey, Mothbite X. Thank you for coming in. Okay, I lost that one. It's okay against the bot. Start regular here. Do you play chess? Oh, in person? Yeah. I've only started playing, so I've only been playing online so far. Okay, I could take the rook. Or... Oh no, he could just take me there. I can't attack the other bishop as well. So I take the rook. And... Could trade. Do I want to trade? Probably not. Can go here and attack this bishop. Like that, I could do the opposite trade. Take the bishop, lose the knight. I was watching someone much younger than I'm playing, so I figured I would change streams. Well, thanks for coming in. Wait, so if I take this, he has to take me because I'm checking him, which means I can take his. So I get the bishop and the knight, and he, or she, I guess, only gets the knight. Yeah. Oh, but he can take it back. So then it was even trade, pretty much. Knight bishop, knight bishop. Does it make sense to do that? Guess it's the best thing I got right now. I think I'm gonna do it. She didn't take it. All the better. Could take this and lose the pawn, lose the bishop. Could go there. Probably should go there. But he can't take this one. No, he can't. Thanks, Julie. Will do. Okay, I have both of my pawns hanging. Should also castle at some point. But if I castle now, he can just take this one. So probably I first... He can't really take anything much. So I first protect. Oh, this one was not hanging because of the queen. Just this one was hanging. No, this one was protected. Okay, neither of them were hanging. But now they are even more safe. So finally I can castle. That doesn't really accomplish anything. Here I can attack 2 pawns and I can take one of them for sure. Because neither of them is protected. Yeah. It's not really an issue. The question is which one. Okay, if I take this one, he can just take me with his queen. So I take that one, and I can attack the bishop as well. Oh, it's not ideal to have my... Okay, I can take the bishop. I'm gonna lose this knight, but that's okay. Live with that. Yeah, I just take it. Okay. Knight gone. Now it's time to use my queen and my rooks finally. I could attack the knight. Could go there. No, he couldn't go there. He couldn't go there. He couldn't go there. He can. Oh, okay. He can't go anywhere. But he can protect him, of course. But still, I think that's good in the end. Not so good is that I'm blocked in here now. I could attack him with this as well. Yeah, I will. Okay, I can take it. I can take the rook at the pawn. Does it? I just take it. Okay. Thanks. I mean, I don't need it, but at this point I could just push for the queen. Probably go up, then protect it with the rook, and then make a queen. Yeah. Then okay, he still has his queen, but that's about it. So I attack the queen. Where can she go? Oh, she can go there. No, she can't. Can go there. Could also attack her like... No, I can't. Wait, but I could first move my queen here. And then... probably... push... yeah. Not sure that's the best way to do it, but at least this pawn is... Okay. Now we can just trade queens and then it should be pretty much over. Okay, good. Now I just stop him from leaving up there. And then it's over. Not yet. Oh yeah, because this one is in the way, of course. What's this here? Okay. It's protected here. You can only go there. Or back up. If he goes back up, it's over. Okay. Okay, almost 90%. Attack it. Only one inaccuracy. She had one really big blunder. He or she, I don't know. Weird to call her. I don't know if I should call a bot a she, even if it's a female. Okay. Okay, going up here was an inaccuracy. I could have... Because he can't take it because my bishop's there. So I could have taken either his rook or his queen right there. Probably his rook. But I did take it, so after, so it's okay. I just did the move one too late. Okay. So I think I've beaten all the 700 bots. Even though they are not anywhere close to playing at 700. I guess it's still pretty good. I also beat Harry Mac, Tectone, and Code Miko. Bots. Good. Take Nico. Battle with Nico. Nico is an American TikTok icon. I think I know who she is. These are 850. 800 would be the lower one. Do I want to do another bot run or do I want to go against a human being again? I kinda... Now that my rating is at exactly 400, I kinda don't want to ruin it. If I play and lose, it's gonna be in the 300s again. I don't want that. Today I played 8 matches against humans. Where's today starting there? So 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 3, 1, 2, 2, 4, 2, 5, 2, 5.5, 2.5.
His name was Sanjay.
Yeah, maybe I played a Nico bot. Where is she there? No help. Hola, Boomer. Want to play? Vámonos. Is she? I didn't know she's Hispanic. Queen already? Usually not the best idea. How do I punish it? Hey, Agent 47. Yeah, I know. I guess. I used to live in Japan for about 1 year, but like that's almost 2 years ago now, so I haven't really spoken since then. Yeah. So I think 2 years ago I was close to conversational level Japanese. Thanks for coming in again, Agent 47. I'd also spent 1 year in Japan if I had an anime wife. Yeah. I think in Japan you can even marry your anime waifu. should take it. E4. Oh yeah, you too. This bot is really confusing so far. Okay. Wait. Yeah, this works, right? So I can take the rook. Should I go back? Or should I first do something else? I mean, if I castle here, like, he has to do something to protect himself. Or she, I guess. Oh, but I could also check with my queen and lose the queen. Yeah, it's not the best idea. Yeah. It's almost like a habit so far. I always hang this bishop almost every... Probably I should just... I could use it, I guess. Oh wait, I can... I mean, he's still hanging there. But I could... Oh no, he can just take it. Stupid. Yeah. But... Should I put it back or should I put it to f7? Then he has to move his king. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Take it back to... I don't want it to block my queen, so I just put it here. Oh, but I kinda still want it... No, I don't need it up there right now, so... It's more useful there. Maybe there. I'm not fully sure what the benefits are, but I'll put it there. Okay. Okay, here I could have prevented him from doing that, I see. Probably would have been better. But it's not really a useful... I mean, it would be useful if I didn't castle now. I was going to castle one way or another. Now... Yeah, just put pressure on him, I guess. Okay. Gonna move my rook. I can't take it. Maybe f3? Oh no. I lose my rook if I do that. Well, I guess we would be trading rook and king, which is fine. That's a blunder. What I just did or what I wanted to do? I guess either way I shouldn't expose my king. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, you're right. He could have pinned. Yeah, he could have pinned it because he has his knight also. So I guess I just move my book up. I guess just here so he's protected. But then I can't move my queens already. Need to. Oh, so I move the queen and then I attack with the book. But now I probably need to attack my rook out first. Oh no, wait, if he takes it I can just, yeah. So if I put it here, if he attacks it doesn't matter because I can take it. Wait, so let's see. If he takes with his, he would probably take with his knight first. Oh no, but then he isn't splitting me. But I still can't take it. He doesn't really achieve anything because d1 and h1 are empty. Oh yeah, the knight is pinned. Okay. That changes the situation. I didn't realize that. True. So then he only thing he could do is lose his queen. So I put the queen to e2. And he just does something up there, and then I attack with my f2. I guess he could take the book. Yeah, so the other side is better. Yeah, too. Do I just take it? I mean, probably, but yeah, that would have been bad. I'm kinda in my own way now, but at least like his queen doesn't have any really good moves right now. Okay, let's see. I could attack his... No, I could not. Nope. Not that useful. Okay, I could either go up all the way up and attack this pawn and take it, or I could attack this pawn, which is... oh no, it's protected. Okay. There's a funny checkmate here. I should look for it. Well, he can't take... if I go there, he can't take it because my knight is still sitting there. Which means he has to move. I don't know where he would go. Queen c7. Let's see. Queen c4. This is all blocked then. This is pretty strong too because some moves, okay. I guess that it's a good position one way or another. Just gonna put it there. See what he does. Okay. I'm not sure that's gonna help. Okay. I can... This is blocked, this is blocked. I can take my knight. Oh no, I can take it there, I can take it. Yeah. Doesn't really happen. I can take some pawns. Goes back. I take bishop e6. Oh yeah. Back up. Or when he's there, bishop, yeah. This, then it's pinned. Yeah. So he moves back. Okay, I can take the bishop. This is gone. No? Did I miss it? Wait, is he not just... This is all blocked, this is all blocked, this is all blocked. He can't go there. Or he could go there. He could go there. Which means if I go there, d5. Oh yeah, yeah, right. Then everything is blocked. Take the queen. This is blocked, this is blocked. He has to go up. This is gone. Can I? No. Okay, I need to think for myself. Wait, so right now I'm blocking all of these, all of these. Okay, my bishop is a bit useless now. Maybe I put my bishop here. Yeah. This is blocked, this is blocked, this is blocked. So he can only go there. Wait, maybe I should do that first. So I do this. He can only go... d4. d4. f6. Oh yeah, okay, yeah. Opposite way around. Put some more pressure. At pawn. I was thinking about which one. Perhaps more. So these are blocked. Go there. Sorry. I did find a way to lose my queen. I was waiting. I always find a way to lose my queen. But I think it's fine. Like, I take his rook. It's okay. f6. 6. Yeah, I think I mean, if everything else fails, I can just take out the 2 rooks. F6. Bishop e6. Okay, I'm gonna push this pawn for now. Take this. Go up there. Right there. Wait, protect this first. You could take this one, so I don't want that. I guess I can just take this one then. I made this a lot more complicated than it needed to be. Okay, protect it with the pawn maybe. Just stay there for a moment. Do what you want to do. I kind of want to push him up, down. I guess it doesn't matter. I have to move one of them to the side anyway. Yeah. It's actually, oh yeah, Nico bot. I'm not very familiar with Nico, but okay, I should. Just gonna take this for now. I'm thinking about it. Teleport a little bit. Oh, he can take my. That's not great. Take it. Yeah. This one is protected. And it's over. Okay. Yeah. Almost made another blunder, but this worked out. Yeah. But I definitely need to learn more ways to checkmate. Like I basically need either 2 rooks or my queen to be available. Or sometimes I just get lucky, but like I'm not very good with mate. Mating pattern. Yeah. Now you kinda made it weird, the word. I'm also confused by her like speaking half English, half Spanish the entire time. Let's see again. Yeah, I definitely should back puzzles. Oh, I also forgot to make the daily puzzle so far. Gonna do this now. Okay. Okay, I was up pretty much the entire time. 80%. One big mistake. Losing. Okay. Really? I took the rook. I guess I should have first. But I'm okay with that blunder. I think the bigger blunder was to lose my queen for no good reason. Okay, yeah. I mean, I get why I need to protect my hanging bishop. But like, I mean, when you have the chance to get a free rook, isn't it better to do that first? Knight e4, knight g4. Okay. Oh, I see. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess the bot always kind of calculates what's the best move, like if the opponent actually plays really well, in a sense. But like these beginner level bots, like they make a lot of okay moves, but they rarely do like really, really good moves. Yeah, I guess she only did the best move 9 times out of 36 moves. But now I have beaten. Where is it? Computer. I really still like. I'm not at all like really thinking several moves ahead or anything like that. So like I don't really see if there could be a threat in like 2 moves or something like that. But I guess it would be a bit too early for me to be able to do that. So I beat Harry Mack. I don't know who that is, to be honest. Tectone, Code Miko, and Nico. And all the bots up to here. Inner bots. Who's the next weakest? I guess Cutie Cinderella. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. And it's also like, I mean, I guess if I took like a really long time to think about it every time, maybe I could do it, like I guess against these bots. But because it would take me way too long time, I couldn't actually make use of that in the match because I only have 10 minutes available. I guess I could play only half an hour, like 30-minute matches, but like, I don't know. I think it's too long. Let's check the daily puzzle. Curtain call. Okay, so could. If I move up the pawn, he can only go to a5. If I move up or down the rook, no, I have to leave the no. But chess is a matter of asking yourself questions too. What's his threats? What's his knight doing there? Is the king weak? Can I go for a queen trade? Etc. Look at some GM game explanations. Ben Feingold has good lectures. Ben Feingold. Yeah. I will check him out. I've been watching some videos from Hikaru, but like, I don't know. I mean, Hikaru is an amazing chess player, but I feel like he's not really good at explaining what he's doing. I watched another guy called, I forgot what he was called. Aged. Yeah, I watched some videos by like Levi Gotham Chess. Hanging pawns. I watched what's his name? I don't see it. Oh, I can see my history of it. I was watching videos from still can't see him. Okay, I can't find the guy I watched videos from. I don't know why. Doesn't show up anymore. Right. Yeah, but I definitely need to like watch some of those explanations. Oh, here, Eric Rosen. Yeah, I watched some videos by Eric Rosen. Okay, let's check this out. Okay, I could move the pawn. Oh, I see. He seemed like he knows what he's talking about, but I didn't really check his like chess credentials or anything. I guess it always depends a bit. Like I watched like some videos by Levy or Gotham Chess, but like I don't know. I mean, he's like a really good chess player, but when I saw him in videos, like he has quite a lot of videos with other people like Hikaru or some others, and I felt like he was never really explaining that well. I don't know. Or maybe he is explaining well, but my level is just too low to really understand what he was telling me. Eric Rosen. Yeah. I mean, his rating is basically same level as Levy. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. Yeah, I watched some of the opening videos from Eric Rosen, and I like tried them, but like I failed every time. I think just knowing the opening like gambits and stuff like this doesn't really help if you're not able to play well enough to profit from them. Yeah. Yeah, but I'm gonna check out Ben Feingold. Maybe he's more suited to my learning needs than Levy. Or Levi, I don't know how to say his name. Like here, if I just move my b4 pawn up, he kind of has to go to a5. Then if I push the second rook to d5, isn't it already checkmate? Or am I forgetting something? Oh, I'm forgetting something. He could just take it. He has a pawn there. If he takes it, I just push the other one there. And if he would still be in his place, so oh, he could take the pawn on a4. And maybe I should. Oh, but I can't push to. Very. Leve. Very. Leve. Like that. So without any E sound. I could also trade rooks. I mean, I would still be one up. I don't know why I should do that. Vidal. So Levi. Yeah, it's the daily puzzle. It looked simple at first, but my problem is if I like both of these positions are protected. I could just like go up here. I mean, I could even move my king first to protect this. Move this one. Wait, so if I move this up, he has to move, so he has to go to here. I push my king up to protect a4. Then I take my first rook, he's gonna take it, I take back, and then he's mate. Oh, you know the game? Wow. Kasparov has Topalov. I don't think I could, like, I think it will take me a very long time to just see the board and remember the game it is from. Okay, I'm gonna test my theory. Push the... No, that's incorrect. Okay. The first one was correct. I mean, I could also push it here to the same effect, but I'm not sure if that's any better, no? Okay. I mean, my concern is that oh yeah. I was so busy thinking about the vertical line. I don't know what's the word, that I didn't even consider going over there. And he has to go down. He could still take me there. He can take this one. I can go there again. He goes up. And now I can... Oh, he can just take it. Was it correct? Okay. I was gonna do that, but I'm not sure why it's checkmate. Okay. Yeah. I guess I got the moves after Rook A7. So... Why can he not? Oh yeah, he can't take it obviously because the other rook is up there. This is all somehow blocked. Okay. Bishop's pinned. In the game this didn't happen. Which side which side did Kasparov play? And which side did Topalov? Yeah. Yeah, we can watch it. There's also an explanation.
In today's daily path.
Watch that. Okay, white.
In today's daily puzzle, black has a noticeable material advantage. 2 pieces.
I'm not really sure how loud this is for you. Sorry.
You may already noticed f2 pawn, which is quite dangerous, and black's idea is to play knight e1 to cover this pawn and then to promote into the queen. But it is white to move, and black's king is trapped in the edge of the board. So the variation is quite straightforward, and it starts with b5 check. King has only 1 square. Now another check. King has only 1 square on b4. There is another check on the board. Now black can go on c5 or c4. If king goes on c5, then rook comes on c7 with a checkmate. If king goes on c4 and reserves c5 square for the bishop, then white has to give a check anyway, and bishop c5. This bishop covers the king. And the moment when black thinks that all the problems are gone, white has the last resource, and this is rook d4 checkmate. The bishop is pinned from the rook, and c3 pawn just guards the rook. So black's king is checkmated in the center of the board. Have you found this beautiful checkmate? It started with b5. See, Woman Grandmaster.
Yeah. This one is by... Let's watch this one by... What's his name? Agat Mater. I don't know him yet, so it will be interesting to see a video by him. I'm gonna turn off the BGM though. Very quiet anyway, I guess. The scene? Yeah, it's here. Can you see it? Oh, you mean, yeah, I just had to, is there like someone speaking or anything? I don't close these tabs anyway. Okay. Yeah, takes a moment. Oh wait, I have to move my face, I think. Gotta be in the way. Can you see it? Looks kind of weird. Why is it so strange? Oh, wait, I think I know. I'm gonna move it there. Now it should look normal if it's gonna show up at some point. Why doesn't it show up? Oh. Okay, okay. Yeah, it's because I have I want to move this here and open it. Now it should work. Because I have my main screen is 16 to 10 format. Okay, now it should be fine.
This next game I'm about to show you is probably one of Garry Kasparov's most famous games. It was played in 1999 in Vakanzi, Netherlands, and although probably every channel on YouTube already covered this game, there is quite a story to this game, and I will try to present it as such. So Garry Kasparov is white, and he's playing against Veselin Topalov. So Kasparov plays e4, and already we have quite a surprise in the first move. Topalov plays d6, the Perse defense, and this was quite a surprise to Kasparov because, this isn't something Topalov usually plays, but he played it to avoid any opening preparations by Kasparov. So this is neither player really used this in tournament play, and it's not really an opening one would use in such a high tournament. So Kasparov plays d4. We have a knight f6 by Topalov, knight to c3, g6, bishop to e3. We have bishop to g7, queen to d2. We have c6, f3, b5, knight g to e2, knight b to d7, and now Kasparov plays bishop to h6. Here Topalov captures, bishop captures on h6, and queen captures on h6. And this is okay for Kasparov, as it will stop Topalov from ever castling kingside. But Topalov doesn't mind, he was considering a queenside castle anyway. So we have bishop to b7, we have a3 by Kasparov. Kasparov decides not to castle just yet, he considers a3 is a better move here. So we have e5 by Topalov, and now Kasparov castles. We have queen to e7 and king b1, just getting his king to a safer square. So we have a6 by Topalov. This a6 move kind of prevents white from playing d5 and weakening this b5 pawn. So Topalov plays a6, preparing to castle himself, and Kasparov plays knight c1, because Kasparov really wants to get this knight to a5, as this a6 move kind of really makes a nice square for the knight on a5. So Topalov castles queenside. We have knight to b3, and now Topalov plays e captures on d4. We have rook captures on d4, and now c5. And Kasparov plays rook to d1. So we have knight to b6, preparing that d5. If black ever plays d5, Topalov will be very happy about this. And it took Kasparov some, I think, 12 minutes to figure out his next move, and he decided to play g3. And what this g3 move does, Kasparov wants to get this knight to a5. He wants to put this bishop on h3 on this strong diagonal, and he wants to play queen to f4. And with this idea, all of white's pieces will be pointing to the direction of the black king. So Topalov plays king to b8, and here we have knight to a5. We have bishop to a8, so the bishop can't be captured by the knight. And now Kasparov plays bishop to h3, continuing with his plan. And here Topalov does push d5. So we have a queen to f4 check by Kasparov, and here Topalov plays king to a7. And now Kasparov plays rook h to e1, and now all of Kasparov's pieces are in ideal places, and here Kasparov was already actually calculating a very nice idea, and Topalov allows it. He plays d4, and he played d4 feeling quite satisfied. So this is Kasparov's idea. Kasparov plays knight to d5, attacking the queen and going for that exchange of knights to remove one more defender from the king. So we have knight captures on d5, e captures on d5, and this opens up an attack on the queen. And now here Topalov plays queen to d6, offering to exchange queens. And this is actually the position Kasparov was hoping for. He said that, this could easily be a draw, but he says that in his mind he was thinking of the game between Edward Lasker and Sir Thomas, you know, the one with the nice king walk. I have it covered on my channel if you haven't seen it. So here Kasparov actually plays rook captures on d4. And as soon as Kasparov played this rook captures on d4, he got off the table and started walking around, and he was calculating all sorts of lines in his head. And he says that it suddenly shocked him. What if Topalov plays king to b6? King to b6 would probably ruin every idea Kasparov had. But this is why Kasparov says that Kaisa was kind to him that day. He was playing a game against Veselin Topalov, who isn't interested in playing a move like king to b6, also a great attacker himself. And playing king b6 would be something like admitting that he missed rook captures on d4. So here Topalov captures the rook on d4. And this is the point of this entire combination. Kasparov plays rook to e7. And one more thing I want you to know, that this entire idea of rook captures on d4 is possible only because this rook is on h8. If this rook was on any other square but h8, then this would not be possible, but you'll see what I mean by this later. So Kasparov plays a rook to e7 check, and although this wasn't a surprise to Topalov, it's a very nice idea. Let's see what happens if Topalov captures the second rook. If queen captures on e7, you would get queen captures on d4 with check, king to b8, queen to b6 with check. You have to block this, bishop to b7, and now knight to c6 check. And this is forking the king and queen, but that doesn't really matter. As you can see, this bishop here is protecting c8, so the king has to go to a8, and this would be queen to a7 checkmate. So after this rook to e7 check, Topalov instantly played king to b6. And here Kasparov plays queen captures on d4 with check. And this is what he meant when he was thinking about the game between Edward Lasker and Sir Thomas. He is taking the king for a nice walk. So Topalov plays king captures on a5. Here we have b4 by Kasparov, and we have king to a4 by Topalov. And Kasparov plays queen c3, and this is a deadly move, as it's threatening queen to b3 checkmate. So this has to be defended somehow, and Topalov plays queen captures on d5, protecting the b3 square with his queen. And here Kasparov plays rook to a7, also a very nice move, now threatening rook captures on a6 with checkmate. And it's really not a simple task to stop this. I mean, you could try a lot of things. The queen can't move from here to protect it with the queen, because then queen b3 checkmate is available again. If you try something like rook to d6 to prevent checkmate this way, well, this leads actually to a very beautiful idea, that is king to b2. And now queen to b3 check is unstoppable, followed by c captures on b3 with checkmate. So only move would be something like queen to d4, and here Kasparov would simply capture the queen, and Topalov cannot capture back because rook captures on a6 is checkmate again. So after this rook a7 idea, Topalov finds a bishop to b7, protecting the pawn this way. So Kasparov captures it, rook captures on b7. And Topalov plays queen to c4. So this allows Kasparov to capture this knight on f6, and here Kasparov is also threatening queen captures on a6 with checkmate. So Topalov has to capture this pawn on a3, going even deeper with the king. So we have queen captures on a6 with check, and we have king captures on b4. And this is the position Topalov says that he saw when Kasparov sacrificed the rook, but Topalov missed this c3 move. If Topalov had seen this c3 move, he probably would have played king b6 and went for a draw. But he missed this. So what happens if the queen captures? If the queen captures on c3, well, it's simply queen captures on b5 with check, king a3, and rook to a7. This is deadly because queen to a5 and rook captures on a5 is checkmate. So on c3, Topalov has to capture with the king. King captures on c3. And now we have this very nice queen to a1 check by Kasparov. And now the king cannot go to d3 because of bishop to f1 check, picking up the queen. So Topalov plays king to d2. And now we have queen to b2 check, and Topalov plays king to d1. And it seems that the attack is over for Kasparov, but now you see this bishop on h3, as it usually is, well, he didn't really do that much in the game, but his presence was well known in every line Kasparov used in the attack. And now, as usual with great attackers, this light square bishop comes into the attack just in the right moment, so bishop to f1. And this is deadly. The queen is attacked and the queen has nowhere to go. If the queen ever moves from this diagonal, then queen to e2 checkmate is coming. So let's see what happens if queen captures the bishop. If queen captures on f1, we have queen to c2 check, king to e1, and rook to e7 check. And the king has no squares to go. The queen has to block, and this is checkmate. So on bishop f1, Topalov tries one more counter blow, and it seems as he found a way out of this. He plays rook to d2, now attacking Kasparov's queen. But Kasparov again continues the attack in great style and plays rook to d7, sacrificing this rook finally and pinning this rook so the queen can be captured. So Topalov captures the rook, and here Topalov parts with his queen, and we have a bishop to c4. And this is what you remember when I told you that the entire idea of rook captures on d4, the rook sacrifice, was possible because this rook was on h8. And now you will see why. Kasparov captures the queen with bishop captures on c4, and he's threatening queen to e2 checkmate. And if black would try to stop this, for example, with playing rook to e8 to defend the e2 square, then Kasparov would have this very nice queen to c1 checkmate. So the only move for Topalov here is to capture the bishop, so b captures on c4. And now Kasparov finally picks up this rook on h8, so queen captures on h8. So a very nice point to this line. We have rook to d3. Topalov will continue this game and try to fight it out, but Kasparov finishes it very nicely. We have queen to a8, c3, now queen to a4 check. We have king to e1, and now f4, not allowing Topalov any counterplay. We have f5, and now Kasparov plays king to c1, denying any hope this c pawn might have of becoming a queen. We have rook to d2, going for that h2 pawn, and here Kasparov plays queen to a7, and in this position Topalov resigned. The white queen will gobble up all of these pawns, and the rook cannot capture this pawn on h2 because of queen to g1 check, picking up the rook. So in this position, Veselin Topalov resigned. And yeah, it's a very interesting game. As Topalov played that Pierce defense just to surprise Kasparov, so both players were on unknown terms. And like Kasparov says, it's good that Kaisa was kind to him that day because Topalov could have easily gone for a draw if he refused the rook sacrifice, but luckily he was playing none other than Veselin Topalov that day, and so this beautiful game was accomplished. Although Topalov did help to create it. So yeah, this is the game, and the reason I decided to show one more game by Kasparov is that August is almost here, and well, one more chance to see the Beast of Baku return to chess and play some great games in St. Louis. So yeah, that's it. As usual, you can check two of my previous videos here, and I would also like to thank people who continue to contribute to my channel. Thank you, Phil Colville, and thank you, William Scheffermeyer. Uh,
Yeah, that was a nice match. I mean, I obviously didn't understand everything that was going on. Well, it was quite interesting how he played it out at the end. Maybe I should also just like watch more matches to get better, because to be honest, I haven't really watched all that much, like tournaments or anything like that. Usually, like, I mean, most of what I've seen is like Hikaru and Magnus. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'll save him too. Him and Ben. Oh yeah, I still have it open. Yeah. Ben Feingold. Okay. Guess we could play more. Yeah, maybe that's a good way to think about it. Makes sense. Like, yeah, I think just like Hikaru, like, I mean, I watched a lot of Hikaru videos, but like asking myself what would Hikaru think is probably not going to help me much, because I'm nowhere close to comprehending his way of thinking. Okay. Yeah. I think that's also a big part of it, probably just always like looking for and finding new ways to improve, not just doing the same thing over and over and over. Just finding new ways, new perspectives on the game. Yeah, I mean, I like Hikaru as a player, but not as a teacher. What's your what's your reason to not like him so much or prefer him. Australia, no, New Zealand. Sorry, oh, New Zealand. Looks similar. All standard for now. Basically, there's not a lot of difference between how myself and you view Hickory. Okay. The guy is 1,300 pounds stronger than me, so it's obviously... Yeah. Yeah, like, the things he explains, like... I mean, of course they make sense for him, but they don't really make any sense for me. But I mean, it's fair, like, I think he's just being a good player and sharing his games. He's not really trying to be an instructor or anything like that. Okay. Oh, I did hang the d4 bishop again. It's gonna be my signature move at this point. Let's do some. Okay. I could go knight g5, so I can go bishop f7 after. But I don't know if I want to give up the control over this. Maybe I could. I guess I could. And I'm just gonna try it. I really don't want to lose this one because I'm gonna be below 400 again. If I do. Okay, he took the position. Recently, I've started watching Levy more because I kind of outgrew Agatmaster Matus. After school, you go to college. Yeah, it makes sense, of course. I mean, that's the great thing about... Wait, can I go there? I can go there. Maybe it would be better to go this way, though, so I can get his... Yeah. Yeah, what was it saying? Oh yeah, it's the great thing about nowadays with YouTube and all these pages, that you can just get any instructor you need. You can switch instructors all the time. Does he remember that he has to move his queen? Now we could trade queens, but I can just take it. Anyways, bro, good to talk to you. Gotta study now. Right, just got up from sleep and came to in like 2 hours, spent a lot of time, exams ahead. Yeah, thanks for hanging out, like, and good luck with your studies, with your exams. I'm also a university student, so I know how it is. So, yeah, looking forward to seeing you again on the stream, maybe, when you have the time. Okay, he moved his queen. I study psychology. Yeah, I'm in my last year of my master's. What do you study? Yeah, I wonder if psychology helps me with the chess. Just take it. A levels? Okay. Physics, oh wow. Physics, chemistry, and maths. Yeah. I can do maths to some degree, but I was always really, really bad in physics and chemistry. Maybe I shouldn't waste my time up there. Maybe go there. Oh, I should have taken with the knight. No, wait. Yeah, I should have taken with the knight. This one. Wait, maybe I can still do it. Hmm. Okay, 1, 2, 1, 2. I probably shouldn't move this one. I can add this one and attack them. Or I could attack this one. It's not none, I think. Maybe I attack this one first. Anyway, good night and good luck with your studies. 4:30, 5:30. Okay, what is he gonna do? What can he do? Oh wait, this is hanging kinda thing. Okay, he moves there. So if I take it, he takes it back, I see. In that case, could I go there? Take his queen and attack. Yeah, I could. Yeah, I'll do that. So now I can. He has to move his queen either there or there, or to the side. And I can. Well, he has many places to go, but either way, I can attack his other rook as well. So he has no rooks left. Yeah. Okay, I'm up by a lot now, so I probably should just go fast enough to not get in time problems, and I should be good. Where can I go? If I go... No, I can't go there. What's my bishop is still there. I could attack his queen with my bishop, but it's not protected, so better not. I could attack this one, which may be more useful. Yeah, that may be good. Then also this bishop kind of loses its function down here. And maybe the biggest problem is that my knight is completely open down there. My knight, my king. I haven't even moved my queen. Maybe I should use my queen at some point. Okay, but if he takes that much time now, worst case, I can probably pressure him into losing by time. Yeah, I'm gonna pressure this knight. He can take, if he takes one, I'm gonna take it back. If he flees, well, he has to go all the way to the corner. He can't go there. Yeah. I think at this rate, worst, if I can mate him until then, he's gonna lose by time. Because I have so many moves available. He doesn't. But maybe I shouldn't get too cocky. Okay, I can take this one now. He has to take it with his queen if he wants to take it. And then I can just take his queen. don't know what that accomplishes. Nothing really. I can... Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, that's okay. Should I go... Or should I just move it to the side? I mean, it is protected here. And I guess it makes sense to move it eventually. But then I open it up. And this is not protected anymore. If I move it, can he attack me? He could attack me there. I don't want to go into the corner. I don't really want to get stuck down there. Maybe I just block it off for the time being. Or he could take it with his... yeah, that's not ideal. But worst case, I'm just going to lose my bishop. He takes a long time thinking about that one. He's just gonna run out of time, I think. Okay. Okay, I can additionally protect this space with my knight. Probably makes sense. And I'm also protecting this square at the same time. So I could attack his queen with my bishop on the next move. He could take this pawn. He could go here. No, he can't go here. He lost his queen. Okay, but that splits my queen and my rook, so I'm gonna lose the rook. But that's okay at this point. So I push my queen. Yeah, I mean he can take it, but then he just loses. Yeah. Now, okay. Should probably just be quick here. Oh, I didn't see that. It's a mistake. Yeah. Okay. Okay, I didn't lose my 480. Oh, he wants to go again. Okay. If I lose now, will I lose it? My waiting? I don't know. I don't like when they do that. Okay, I'm just gonna do everything queen side this time. takes a long time to think about it. I think I'm going to take out both. Yeah. Okay. Oh, he pinned it. Oh, that was stupid. But if he takes it at just 2-8, I don't really mind that. I can move there. I can take his queen. But last time I tried this, this was not a good move apparently. But then he had this one in the way. This time he has... Yeah, maybe it's okay. I'm not sure if it's a good move or not. But at least put some pressure on him. We literally did the same thing. Except that he's attacking my king and I'm attacking his queen. Okay, if I take it, I'm just losing this one. Gonna go down one. He could castle, he probably should castle. But will he castle? Oh, I still should stop hanging my bishop. I really need to push this one forward. Ah. Getting some issues here now. I think I have to push my queen forward. So if he takes it, I still have an attacker left. If he takes the knight. Or maybe I should have gone in between. But then if I go away, he's just gonna hang by. It's not gonna help. I think this is okay for now. I really should stop hanging my bishops. What can I do with this one? I help? Not really. I mean, I could attack this one. Yeah. Oh, wait, I can just disappear by castling. That releases the pin on my knight. He still hasn't castled. Maybe he doesn't know about castling. Okay, he adds an attacker again. It's not like, I mean, what does it help him? If he takes that, he loses that. He can get a pawn out of it. But like, why? So I'm gonna move this one up now. Yeah. Should take out my other bishop. Probably. I could even attack his king. Check his king. I don't know, I always attack. I should probably take that there. Okay, he takes it. Okay. So now if I take this, he takes with his bishop. If I take the bishop, oh, that's not good. But in the end, all he's threatening there is my... If I just move it, he can get a pawn, but I mean, if I take it, he takes with his bishop, I take his bishop with my... Yeah, it's not great. I'm just moving my... mean, if he wants to have that knight, take it. But he is in a good position, I think. I'm in a bad position. Takes it. Protected. 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 If he goes down there, he can pin my king to my rook. So I should move the rook up, but if I move the rook up, maybe I should move the king up. I think I should attack with my king. Obviously I can't take the knight, but now he's kind of standing in his own way, and he has to move the knight away. And here there's so much free space I can go into with my king. I actually found somebody who takes even more time than I do. Oh, he moved. Okay, he moved it back. There. He can... I mean, he is checking there, but it's not like... I move over there. As long as he has this dark square bishop completely stuck up there, I don't have to worry about checkmate, I think. No, but I can't move up now because of that. If I move down, he takes queen down, and then he can take my... Okay, now I have an issue. But I can just stay there for now, right? I don't want to lose my queen here. What can I do? Attack him? But it also takes away the place I wanted to go with my king. I have to move again if he doesn't take it. I'm also now attacking his other knight. I don't know. Depending on what he does, I could consider taking it. I mean, I would just no. I guess it doesn't make much sense to do that. I would just lose my okay. Do we trade queens at this point? Do we just trade queens? Yeah, I think I'm in a bad situation. If we trade queens, there's no way he can beat me there. But I mean, I can let him do the trade. Just take this. And he takes my queen if he wants to. Oh, but like this, but I could have taken the bishop after. Okay, okay. Am I actually doing that with my king, maybe? Would be surprised by that, I guess. I mean, the thing is, my king is super safe down there as long as he doesn't move his dark squared bishop, which he doesn't want to do, apparently. Oh, he moves it. Okay. He got that part. He got the message. I attack this one. He's so stuck up there. Okay, he has to move. I can actually attack him again. Make him flee completely. I think I will. Okay. Now take out this one, connect my books. Ah. If I take that one, he takes it. Ah, why did I do that? But he's gonna take it anyway, right? Oh, but he can still take it. Yeah. Then I'm losing that as well. I mean, this is gonna be a terrible trade for me, realistically. Okay. I can just move my king. I can still take it, of course. Okay, I'm losing a lot of time. Double up the books. think he's doing much better this time around. So annoying. Now I'm gonna lose this book instead. Okay, this really sucks right now. I didn't intend to do that. I guess we can trade. It's not too bad actually. But I'm gonna run out of time. Yeah, it was stupid. So 408. But we both didn't play well. Whew, that was stressful. He was up the entire match, but he didn't profit from it. I made so many mistakes. Anyway, I need to get some water. Be right back. Let's analyze this one. Let's see. Okay, I shouldn't have castled here because I could have done... Okay, I could have protected my... They were protected, sort of. Okay, I should have bought out this anyway. And I could have castled the other way, probably. I thought it's a good move at the time, but seems like I was wrong. Okay. Should have taken. Oh yeah, I could have just taken. Why didn't I do that? After that. That was stupid. And then could have attacked this one. This is probably still. Yeah. Some big blunders in this one. It's unfortunate. Missed to win. How? No, wait. Would have really improved the situation there. Mistake there. Another mistake. So many mistakes. I don't even. It was terrible. But I guess he wasn't able to beat me in the end. So. It's okay. And I'm at 408. Not the highest I had apparently, but good enough. And I think now I played 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, I played 10 matches. I think that's probably enough for today. 10 matches plus 1, 2, 3 matches against bots. Yeah. Maybe we can watch the other video about the best game ever. Take a break and watch it. Oh yeah, I have to put it on this screen again. It's gonna look strange otherwise. Okay, it looks really strange. What's going on? Put it here. Big. Change the quality to like 20. Hope it's gonna survive that. Maybe 480p is enough. And then I'm muting myself and let's watch this. Oh, wait, it's not loading. Okay, it's loading. Does it look alright? Why can I not? Okay. Okay, let's watch some of this and I'm gonna eat something meanwhile. I'm really hungry. Yes. Wait 1 second. Okay, let's watch this.
Whether you're a new fan of chess or a longtime fan of chess, certainly you've heard of the name Garry Kasparov. That's because Garry is one of the greatest players of all time. For many, he is the greatest player of all time. And that means that he played top-level competition for many, many years. So what is the best game that he's ever played? That is the purpose of this video. We are in the year 1999. Gary's been world champion for quite some time, about 14 years now, and we are in Wijk in the tournament in the Netherlands. It's the 4th round. Gary's ranked number 1 in the world, and he's taking on ranked 10 Veselin Topalov, who later went on himself to become world champion. Gary begins the game with e4, and before we move any further, I just want you to all to know, the point of this video is to take you through the absolute brilliance of this game, but at many moments we will go off the beaten path, because I want to show you the calculation and inner workings of the mind of Kasparov, because my goodness, it's quite a mind. So, d6 from Topalov. He goes for the Pirc defense. d4, knight f6. Some of you might know this setup by black as the King's Indian setup. Now, this does resemble a King's Indian defense. but officially the King's Indian is when white has d4, c4, and e4. All three musketeers. It's more of a queen's pawn beginning opening. Now this is the Pirc because white has only e4 and d4 on the board. And, you know, Kasparov has a lot of ways to play this position, but one thing that even beginners and intermediates can learn is actually the most challenging setup here for white is the move queen to d2. Why? Because you make a battery with your bishop and queen on the same diagonal, and you wish to go down to h6. Why? Because this bishop is the kind of defender of the dark squares of this side of the board, and if you trade that bishop, there could be some serious problems for black. Topalov plays c6. This is a prophylactic move because he anticipates that Kasparov will go long castle, and he will play b5 and kind of trampoline the pawns and already start attacking. Kasparov says, f3. Maybe I'm not going to go long, I don't know. They're not actually saying these words to each other. It's the beauty of chess. It's a silent war. This is a prophylactic move against the knight coming to g4 and taking the bishop. And also he wants to trampoline his own pawns. Well, Topalov plays b5, and now we have a move that, again, to the uninitiated, looks like it simply doesn't make any sense, and that move is knight to e2. Well, why wouldn't Kasparov play here to get the bishop out? Well, here's the thing. If you put your bishop on d3, it's kind of in the way of everybody. It's very clear that white will probably castle long. You go knight e2 because you want to go g4, you want to go knight to g3, and then you want to play g5. Right now, that knight can always go to h5 if you go and attack it. So Gary wants to play g4, knight g3, and then that knight from that square will help these pawns attack on this side of the board. And that's why he doesn't put his bishop there. That bishop could just be a target. But Topalov plays the move knight to d7. Now we have bishop to h6. We have bishop takes, queen takes, and Topalov plays bishop to b7. Just developing. At this point, Gary plays a move that has never been played before. It doesn't change the game, it's just a move. And he plays the move a3. The idea of a3 is not that he's trying to show Veselin how pawns move. He wants to prevent b4, which would attack the knight and force him to move. But you'll notice that Topalov actually traded bishops and never castled. So he cannot castle. That's an illegal move, as he'd be moving through a check. His king's stuck there. But you'll notice and say, well, why isn't Gary just going in? Oh, not like that. Oh man, that would be tragic. Queen to g7. Why is Gary not doing this and attacking the rook? Well, here's the thing. What happens when the rook moves? Nothing. I mean, everything's guarded, right? So you got to come right back. Now, you and me, right? We play simple moves like this, not Gary Kasparov. But the thing is, if you're going to make a simple attacking move like this, you at least have to ask yourself, well, what is my opponent going to do? A lot of people attack a piece just because they think it's a good move. But if that piece can just move and attack you right back, it's probably not so great. So that's why we have a3. And now Topalov plays the move e5. And you're going to say, Levy, I'm bored. It's been 10 moves. I'm going to click off this video very soon. Don't do that. I'll lose ad revenue. And you'll also not see the most exciting part of the game. It's like the folks that leave in the 5th inning of a baseball game. I don't know why I made a baseball analogy, but any other sport, it's the same thing, right? Now we have long castles. We're getting spicy, all right? It's getting spicy. We have a long castle, queen e7. Now Gary plays king to b1. Always a good move. Move the king over one square. Defend the critical squares on that side of the board. a6. Topalov is trying to complete the mythical quest of moving every pawn that he has at least once. The f7 pawn will have to wait. Knight to c1, the other idea of king to b1, his idea is to rotate the knight. You see Kasparov doing that? A long time ago, he put his knight on e2. Now he rotates it over here. We have a rare position in chess. Both guys castled long. So they're on same side, but they went long castle. Usually it's short side, but all right, I'm not asking questions. And now, finally, Topalov says, I've had enough of this closed position. We both have 8 pawns, so the position is a bit more closed. Let's make the first transformation. I've changed my e-pawn for your d-pawn. You have a rook out, but now your rook is just a target. But here's the thing with this move c5. Yes, you make a pawn move that attacks my rook, but the rook goes back, and pawns can't go back. There you go, you learned something. Pawns can't go back. So this square lost the guard. If you just instant replay, that square lost the guard, right? So that's what Kasparov wanted. He wants Topalov to overextend. Topalov plays knight b6, adding a piece to this side of the board, and now Gary plays the move g3. Bishop to h3 is his idea. He wants to activate the bishop on the diagonal, because this way, I mean, there's really not much brewing on that side of the board. And now, for those of you that had the patience and did not click out of a chess video in 5 minutes and 55 seconds, the good stuff is about to happen. Topalov also makes a preparation move, king to b8. Now Gary says, look, I've had enough of this. I want to end up in a Gotham Chess YouTube video 22 years from now. So it's time to, it's time to do something. It's time to play the best game of my damn life, knight to a5. And what that move does is it's very direct. I mean, he wants the bishop. He thinks the bishop is going to play an important role in the game. And Topalov just moves away. Computer analysis much later down the line shows the fact that d5 can be played. And the move d5 is just intending to give away this bishop to just take back and say, you know what, I don't care if Gary ends up with bishop versus one of my knights. I'm fine. And the machine at first thinks that the position is equal, but it could be a very tricky decision to do that because, this bishop will end up here and then you'll trade the pawn and move this pawn up. And, in a perfect world, what that might look like is like you'll have f4 and bishop on g2 and you'll just laser beam the entire board. Maybe you'll also play bishop d3, bishop e4. So rather than doing that, Topalov just says, I want my bishop, let's keep it over here. And Gary plays bishop to h3. Exactly his plan. It has no immediate attack, but he just sees the whole board. Okay, now we have d5. And now we have queen to f4 check, trying to punish Topalov for weakening his king. King moves to a7, and rook e1. Gary has officially activated all of his pieces, and Topalov lurches forward to attack the knight. And now let the fun begin. I will roll up my sleeves because it's about to get wild. Kasparov jumps in to a square that is covered 1, 2, 3, 4 times. Why does he do that? Because upon the trade occurring, there is a new piece activated that attacks the queen. Very important for the newer players. You have to understand how the position transforms when pieces are traded. Other pieces open up, right? So now the queen, of course, moves out of the way, and a queen trade is offered. Now, this one would never be an immortal game if a queen trade happened, because, to be honest, you need the queen. It's the most powerful piece, most stylish piece, And Kasparov here, and you are more than welcome to pause right now and try to find the move that Kasparov played, because right now, the volcanic explosion begins. The machine on my cloud, on my web browser here, still doesn't see the move. It's depth 29. Gary Kasparov plays rook takes d4. Now again, to the untrained eye, that just hangs a rook. And that, Gary would end up in one of my Guess the Elo episodes. But here's the problem. If c takes d4 was played, Gary intended to play this next dynamite move. But this also by itself looks very scary. For example, if the king were to move out of the way, then here Gary would detonate a beauty. Rook to an untouchable square, e7. And if the queen were to take it, it would deflect the queen away from the defense of the b6 square. This, and for example, knight c6 check, king cannot move because of that bishop he placed there a long time ago, and it would have been mate. It would have been mate. He's not interested in taking the queen. However, you cannot just take immediately, because if you take immediately, I will block like this. So Kasparov, first, after c takes d4, plays the move rook to e7. It's a move order thing. It's a thing of, if he plays one move before the other, then that defensive resource is there. But by going rook to e7 first, he now makes a very difficult decision here for Topalov. Topalov cannot take on e7 because of that sequence that I just showed you, right? So instead, he goes here. Now, had he gone to b8, then we would have gotten queen takes d4 all the same, and the threat is a7 guarded. And if you take my rook, I will go to b6. The same problem. So, king to b6. And now Gary takes on d4. And here Topalov has to continue marching forward. He has to go king takes a5, and now Kasparov has invested a rook and a horse for the attack. So king takes a5 was played, Topalov won up 6 points of material. However, I promised you the web of variations that this brilliant mind analyzed, and in this position, Gary Kasparov most certainly analyzed the move queen to c5, offering another trade. Here he would have taken, and rather than repeating moves or trading the queen, there is an absolutely this is one of the most beautiful things ever, so if you've made it this far, you're welcome. This is going to be like going to an art museum. Bishop to e6. That move doesn't look like it makes any sense at first. What if I just take? Well, if you take, then I come back and you're going to lose your queen. And you're going to lose everybody. You're going to lose your queen, then you're going to lose your king. You're going to lose everybody. You lose your hotel room. You get booted out of the tournament. Oh my god, it's terrible. Lose your Neopets account. Rook takes e6 would happen if you took. But here's the beauty. If king a5 were to be played, if this were to be played, we would get b4 check. The king has to come forward because otherwise it's mate. I mean, it's simply a mate. King comes forward and now, oh, this is... I wish the game ended like this. Queen c3. Bishop takes pawn. King to b2, intending to sacrifice your queen and mate the man down 13 points of material with 3 pawns. Gary saw all of that. I mean, I didn't know. I don't know if he did. I didn't text him or anything, but that's why queen c5 didn't get played. That is why, because of this bishop to e6. Maybe he had something else as well, but I'd like to just believe in my mind that, you know, he saw this whole idea. I mean, my God, just, what? So instead we have king takes a5. Topalov says I don't want to lose, at least not yet, you know, because I don't want to be the victim in the Gotham Chess YouTube video 20 years later. So we have b4, and now the king moves forward. So obviously the players have to calculate this from a distance. And now Kasparov plays just basically only moves. And what only moves means is that he's down 6 points of material. So Kasparov either has to make a draw by perpetual check, which is when you check, check, check and repeat, or you have to win. Like, you have to, like, win or, like, force a perpetual. That's it. Otherwise, Topalov will survive. So queen c3, threatening mate. We have queen takes d5. Okay, so no mate. But now we have rook to a7, threatening mate again. Okay, now we have bishop to b7, and Kasparov says, I actually don't really, yeah, I don't actually want my bishop. My rook, I'm sorry. I don't want my rook. Just take it. Because if you take it, mate. This is where Eric Rosen would say, oh no, my rook. Now here, Topalov played queen to c4. He's trying to get a queen trade. He could have also played this move, trying to get some sort of counterplay on the back rank. Had this been played, there's this beautiful move, rook b6, threatening mate again. So then we would have gotten this, and then you pick up the knight. And we would have had an endgame where, you know, one guy has a king who's suffering from claustrophobia. Like, you're never moving forward, and you're about to get mated from the back. Phrasing could have been better on that statement, but, you know, you get the point. So instead of that, Topalov looks for a queen trade, and of course Kasparov doesn't go for the queen trade. And now we have king takes a3. If we had rook to d1 check, well, he could have traded queens. The problem with trading queens is that this endgame is completely lost for black because the king is paralyzed. I'm going to go here and I'm going to go here. And just the looming threat of that makes this position not defendable. Like, you can't defend this position at all. Rook f6, rook a6 is another problem. Your king is just offside. Okay? VAR confirmed it. So we got king takes a3. So, you know, Topalov's just going forward, right? Queen takes a6, king b4. And here, ladies and gentlemen, Kasparov just, I got nothing to say. I'm not even going to preface this with some weird metaphor. Gary Kasparov absolutely obliterates his opponent. c3. The only move. Why? Because any way you take that pawn, you kill your coordination. In the game, we got king takes, but if queen takes, then the b5 pawn loses a guard, and it's mate. It's mate in 3 in some way, some sort of ladder mate on the side of the board. It's just mate. If you ignore the pawn, and you, for example, play king to b3, then I will play queen a2, king c3, queen b2, king d3, rook to e7, cutting off the king, and it's forced mate in 6. Now, whether or not Gary Kasparov saw that or not, I mean, the king's here. I'm going to come back. I'm going to smack your king upside the head for getting too close to me. And so for that reason, Topalov decided to take on c3. And now, watch this. Queen a1. I mean, my guy really just played queen a1 check. Now, Topalov cannot go back, because if he goes back, there is this check. And if he gets this, then kabam from behind. And you have to take and lose the guard. So rather than doing that, Topalov continues to move forward, you know. And now Gary plays the most savage combination of the entire game, in my opinion. Queen to b2, king goes to d1, and Gary sets up the board for the next game because he understands that the game is over. He plays the move bishop to f1. This bishop had 2 jobs. Go out for a smoke and return back to its bunker to attack the queen. It cannot be taken because the king is suffocated by his own queen via check here and that rookie. all the way on the other side would come back and attack, and it's game over. The king is suffocated. And so for that reason, after bishop to f1, Topalov played rook d2. You want to take my queen, I'm going to take your queen. And you have no checks. Yes, he does not. But in this position, Kasparov has one, and again, only one move. What is his best move? Feel free to pause. I'll take a sip of water. Garry Kasparov immobilizes that rook that just went to d2 by playing the move rook to d7. I get that there are little pieces on a screen, but this is just a beautiful move. Because if you take my rook like this, I will take your queen. And you will take the bishop, and for one more move, you're going to say, I'm up 2 points of material. I got bang, bang, and 4 pawns. You got queen and 3. Yeah, but at the end of this entire damn combination, the rook on the opposite side of the board is hanging. Garry Kasparov didn't luck out with that. He saw that. I don't know how far back he saw that. I really don't know. Probably from this point forward. To be honest, probably from this point forward. Like, like if queen c4, I'm going to go here. And if he goes here, we have this entire sequence of moves with bishop to f1 and then rook to d7. And the game ended after queen takes rook, rook d3. It's still not over. What is black's biggest asset here? If you said rook, you are naive, ladies and gentlemen. It's the pawn. Bang, and I make a queen. So Kasparov goes to the opposite corner of the board, trying to get in like this. He plays queen a8 for aesthetic value, brings the queen back, f4 so that he doesn't lose the pawn. The less pawns he loses for the endgame, the better. Immobilizing this, and we have king to c1 getting in the way of the pawn. Rook d1 is not possible. And now the final move of the game, the top engine move. Once again, even though here a lot of things work, queen to a7. Simultaneously threatening the pawn base and to come back to g1 or to e3 and pick this pawn up. And here Veselin Topalov resigned the game. Wow, you still with me? How many of you made it 18 minutes in this video? You should be proud. It's like an 18-minute roller coaster. Or that was not an 18-minute roller coaster. That was an 18-minute just an act of pure genius. There was so many layers to the calculation. The 3-pawn checkmate that we saw early in the middle game potentially that could have happened in this position, right? Garry Kasparov was incredible in his entire career, and I wanted to showcase his game against Topalov in the Wijk tournament 1999. Now, if I'm not mistaken, he won that tournament with 10 points out of 13. He did lose a game, and I believe that was to Vladimir Kramnik, who was ultimately the one to dethrone him 1 year later in their World Championship match. But how about that game, huh? Wow, I think we all need to take a little bit of a breath. The moves to the game will be in the description if you would like to check it out on your own. A link to chessgames.com, which is an amazing website that has a lot of these games. But everything was there. The preparation, the creativity, the belligerent attacking power, the ability to have a volcanic eruption out of nowhere, like a piston of a right hand for a fighter. And there you go. As always, my friends, thank you for making it this far in the video. And if there's anything that you would like me to cover in future content, do let me know. If you are a new fan, welcome to my channel. It's so nice to have you. I have a lot of different playlists, openings, middle games, end games, puzzle solving that I think you would enjoy.
Alright. Get back into it. And I have my voice back. 1 second. Okay. We could do some puzzles instead. Maybe let's do some puzzles. 5 or 6, okay. There's a timer. Okay, white moved to h7. What is the best possible move? Okay, this bishop is kind of caught up. It's not great. I could move. Okay, if I could fork the king and bishop. I could also no. Is that what they want me to go for? Oh, but he could take it with his. He could just take it with his bishop. He just moved from there. I mean, I'm also check for now, but that's different matter. I mean, I can take this one. Is that all it wants me to do? Oh, okay. Okay, I was thinking what I can do afterwards, but I guess that was all the puzzle wanted me to do. Okay. Okay, that's pretty bad. I could go there, but it's not really helping me. Queen. Oh no, he can take it. Take it. It's not really helping anything. I could go here. I'm not sure it's the best thing to do. I guess I force him to move his. But he could just move it to a. Wait, if I force him to move it to a1, then I'm moving back. Not certain that's a good idea. Maybe I should go f6. I could also just go here. No, I can't. I just take out one of those pawns from here. It's probably not what he wants me to do. I think it's pretty good. I mean, this bishop is hanging. So if I go there, if he takes my bishop, I take it back. I can take his bishop. It's at least even, I guess. Probably +1, maybe. If I get both pawns. Both pawns. I guess I could just take it. No, I don't want to take it. first. Maybe I should just try. Wait, I could also go here. No, I can't. If I go here, it doesn't really help me. Either h3, g3, or c7. Assuming it even wants me to move my... I could also move e6 and then put my check with my bishop. And then after I can... This is safe. If I put my queen here, I maybe... Can I go there? Okay, it's not what he wants me to do. Okay, try again. No. Okay. Not one of these two either. At this point I could just try them out. Okay. The other option I had was this. It's not that either. Okay. In that case, I don't really know what it wants me to do. That I've tried pretty much all of them. I mean, I could... Okay, hint. Oh wait, there's no hint. Oh, there's. There. Queen there. Is that what he wants me to do? Oh. Oh. Okay, I didn't see that at all. Yeah, true. I take this. I didn't see that. It's protected by the bishop, so he can't take it. And then I can take... Yeah. It's over. What is... Anyway, I didn't see that one. Okay. Okay, if I go up, all he can do is go to h2. No, he can't. So it's just mate. Oh no. He has this knight there. So I have to deal with the knight first. Shut up, stomach. I don't know. Maybe go down one. No, no. Definitely not that. I could attack his book and this one. If he moves the rook, I can take this. He can't take it back. Yeah, maybe that's what they want me to do. No. Okay. Let's see the hint. Yeah, okay. After all, move with this one. And I have to go there then. Oh, because I have the second one, so it's yeah. I should have made that connection. Strange. I feel like in the game I'm more likely to see these things than when I'm doing these puzzles. Like when I'm just doing the puzzles out of context, I'm like no idea what's going on. Maybe I play another game instead. Let's see. White or black? Black. Against Indian. Okay. Now we're just gonna have exactly the same thing. Okay, he attacks my kind of pins it to the king. I feel like exact same thing happened before the last match. I can just go there with my. Wait, can I not check him? No, he put his. Okay, he put this in the way. I can still go there. And if he takes this, I just lose it. It doesn't matter. I can just mirror what he did. See how he responds to it. We're just gonna mirror each other the entire time. No, I'm gonna castle. I'm gonna castle. He does 2. And I will. Okay, I gotta do something else than what he does constantly. Like this is 3 now, so I take this one and see if he takes it back. So now we should finally be out of the just doing the same thing. How's he gonna react? Is he gonna take it? He takes this one. That's interesting. But it kinda means that I can just go for this one. No. I managed to lose my queen once again. Why do I always do that? Do I even take that one? I could instead take this one. Then I get either the queen or the other one. I think that's better. So I take this one. Oh, he can take it. I think I'm too tired at this point. Yeah, that was really bad. He's up +8 already. Hmm. Okay, if I do that, I'm an idiot. Definitely should not do that. Okay, you realized why I did that. Went to safety. Now I should move my. I should move this. This pawn is kinda unprotected. And now at least my rooks are connected. Better than nothing, I guess. Okay. You realize that as well. Okay, this guy is definitely like way more awake than I am right now. But I can take this. No. Oh, and he can take my rook. And loses, yeah, but he loses his queen. Probably he's not gonna do it. He takes that. Okay. Can I? Oh, no. I can't put it anywhere where it's protected. I could, but you can't take it because it is protected. So I should bring this one to safety instead. Okay, maybe go here. Probably I'm taking too much time as well. Yeah, but unless he makes a mistake, it's unlikely that he's gonna lose this. Or that it's unlikely that I can change the tide of the game. Mhm. Okay, this doesn't change much. But I could also go there. Attack him that way. Maybe I should have moved rook to b8 first. Or like this, you can just take here. And it doesn't really help me. This has been really bad. Okay, let's see. Can still take it there. Can still take it there. I have to go back here. Now Wait. Yeah, I can at least take this one. Now it's only plus 3. But he can take my... Oh, he's plus 6 again. Take this one. He sacrifices his... Kind of. Okay, now I'm in trouble. Can attack his queen. And at least take another rook if he moves it. Another pawn. Okay. Why? He lost them for no reason. Okay, I have to somehow... Stop. Does he want to have a draw at this point? Or what is he doing? Okay, finally. Take this one. I can move. Why did he move only one spot? Oh, he can just take it. That was stupid. Wait, I have to prevent him from doing that. I have to take out this one somehow. So I have to go there. Screwed that one up. Should have gone there with my rook. Wait, I can just move here. Should be fine. I don't have to move my king, dude. Okay. Now move him down, probably. Like, force him to go down. I can't do it here. So annoying. Okay. Did I do it? I did. I did it. Oh. That was tough. I can't believe it. I can't believe I beat him. Despite doing some really big mistakes in the beginning. Yeah, this was... I was down point plus 11. Plus... He was 2 moves away from mate. 2 moves. Somehow it worked out for me. Let's see what happened. Okay, book move, doesn't matter. Let's keep going. Okay, everything was fairly even, light advantage for him. Then I made a big mistake. I should have taken this maybe. I went there. No, the big mistake was after that. He made a big mistake as well. And I was in a great position there if I would have realized that he did a mistake. Didn't take it. But then, wait. I went there. I should have. But I told me when I should have gone there. I should have gone there. Show line. Takes that, I take that, he takes that. Doesn't look amazing to be honest. But I believe the game that it was a good, would have been better. Anyway, I made a big mistake. He was up +6 at that point. He did a great move. He did what was best for quite a while. Slight inaccuracy, that didn't really matter. I made another mistake. Here we played like some good moves, some bad moves. Fairly even. Then he made his first big mistake. He should have taken with his queen. He took with his book. And then I made a huge mistake by not taking his queen, which I now see. I could have taken his queen at this point, and I didn't do it. But it's okay because continued. Okay, made another mistake. And then here he made a big mistake. He should have gone there. And probably could have been. Show me the line. Yeah. He could have mated me there. He didn't. He screwed up. And I realized it. And took his rook. And then he made another big mistake, taking it with his queen and losing his queen. And then suddenly I went from being 3 moves away from being mated. I went to plus, oh, minus, yeah, I went 8.2 points up. Then, yeah, we both did fairly well, I guess. And then I managed to, took me a while, but I managed to get the path 3 for my pawn. Both of his pawns were blocked. I got my queen. And then, yeah. With some slight difficulties, I managed to checkmate him, finally. That leads to 70.9% for me and 65.7% for him. Kinda want to save this analysis. To do it. Analysis. Save. Okay, I save it. The best part is that I'm still keep my above 400. I'm quite happy with that. But yeah, to be honest, I was really lucky that he screwed up. I think I was too tired to really play a good match. If he had done anything but what he did, lose his rook and then lose his queen in consecutive moves, I would have lost that one. Oh, I forgot to analyze this one against Mars bar. Let's see the percentages for that one. Oh wow, I had 91%. That's my highest percentage so far. Yeah. He made a blunder here. I capitalized, yeah, by going for the rook. Took me a while to get it, but I got it. And then I had one inaccuracy. And then I just played out. Almost perfectly. Okay, that was, yeah. I mean, he made one big blunder, but it was probably my best match so far, this one. Maybe I saved that too. Oh, that's very interesting. I never saw that performance by piece. Best move percentage, 42%. Hmm. That's really interesting. Never saw that before. Can I see that for all statistics? Is it? Or maybe because I only have gold membership right now. I can't see more. So it's rapid one spot. Okay, so I played all time. All time I played many matches, I don't see it. Oh, 25 games, 14-1. Best win streak 4. I didn't lose in a while. The last two I was doing not that greatly, went draw in the end. Okay, but can I see the move percentages? Compare, no. White, black. It's pretty similar. I actually lost less with the black one. Same amount won, but I draw more with black. Okay, 25 matches done. Okay, but I'm definitely too tired to take another one. So I think I'll end the stream here. It's been 6.5 hours. Should be enough for today. So thank you everyone for coming in. Have a good day, have a good night. Whatever it is where you are. See you. Goodbye.